Okay. City Commission virtual regular meeting Tuesday, June 23rd, 2020 at 7:00 p.m. Can you please call the roll?
Mayor Llewellyn.
Here.
Vice Mayor Odman.
Here.
Commissioner Brandemart. I see you. You're
unmuted.
Thank you. Commissioner Harris.
I'm here.
Commissioner James.
Here.
City Manager Garcia. Hi.
Unmuted.
Thank
you. And City Attorney Ansbro.
Here.
Thank you.
The Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of
America,
and
to the republic which stands
one nation,
under God, indivisible, with liberty,
justice for all.
And I ask also for, if we please observe a moment of silence. Next special event. Somebody's making background noise. I'm not sure who it is. Okay, our first presentation is presentation of City's comprehensive annual financial report for fiscal year 2018 to 2019 by HCT Certified Public Accountants and Consultants LLC, Director of Finance.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for allowing us to do this presentation tonight. I'm going to be brief in my remarks, and then I'm going to turn it over to the city auditors, HCT, and they're going to give their overview of the audit that they conducted of the city's financial and all the results and everything that they found.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, you might need to speak up a little bit.
Sure.
Get a little closer to the microphone.
I'm going to pull my computer closer.
Thank you.
All right. So is that better? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so first thing I just want to mention is that the results of the audit were good. The city was issued an unqualified opinion on its financial statements, which basically means that the auditors didn't find anything that was concerning or that was like a misstatement that could be, an indication of some type of trouble or other problems with the city's financial results. So that's a good thing, and that's what was expected. The city applied for the CAFR award, as we always do. We did receive it for fiscal year 2018, and we anticipate receiving it again for fiscal year 2019. And the auditors, just so you understand their procedures, they do things on a test basis, meaning that they don't look at every single transaction that took place for the city for the year. They do sampling, and they do it based on risk, and they basically come up with an overall opinion based on the testing that they do. And like I said, the opinion was unqualified, and that's the best opinion that we could hope for the city. There were some management comments from the prior fiscal year that were written by the auditors, and the onus is on the city to go ahead and make changes to anything as they feel necessary. And some changes have been made, and virtually all the comments from the prior year have been satisfied, and that's in the audit report. There's a couple that are in process that we're currently working through, and that we do feel like by the end of this fiscal year for this audit for 2020, that those will not be an issue anymore. And the auditors will touch on that a little bit more. One thing that was of concern in the prior year, and this went back to the city's, the Inspector General report that we had, it was the procurement, and the city since has hired a procurement administrator who has been looking at all of the city's policies and has made suggestions and revisions. She's also put in place some new policies and procedures, and we're looking at being a city that works smarter, that we follow our policy, that we do everything that we need to do in accordance with best practices with the National Institute of Governmental Purchasing, as well as all other authorities, including anything recommended by the Inspector General. So you should all have comfort knowing that, and that we're moving forward, and we've sort of turned the page from any issues we had as far as procurement in the past. With that, I would like to actually turn it over to the city auditors. They're going to do a presentation and talk a little bit about the work that they did with the city, and they will take it from there. And I am here to answer any questions that you have, whether it be about the audit itself or about the city's financial results.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Patton?
Hello, good evening. I'm just waiting for my colleagues to join the meeting, and then we can get started.
I'm in.
I'm here.
I'm here also.
Okay, this Mr. Harvey, I'll leave it to you to do the introductions.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commission. My name is Roderick Harvey, partner with HCT. HCT is the audit firm of record. We appreciate being able to do the work for the audit for the year ended September 30, 2019. At this time, I would like to turn over the floor to my colleague, Mr. James Patton.
Okay, I'm just gonna share my screen. We have a little PowerPoint presentation that we're gonna go through. Let me just get that set up real quick. Can everybody see the slideshow?
Just be a blank screen, but yes.
Sometimes it takes a minute to download. Can you see it now?
Not
Does-
yet.
Hold on. I think it's, hold on. I think I need one more setting. There we go. It should pop up now.
Now it's there.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so here we go. This is the presentation for the year ended September 30th, 2019. We are pleased to have the opportunity to meet with you, to discuss the results of the audit of the financial statements of Dania Beach Florida, as of and for the year ended September 30th, 2019. Our audit is complete, and we issued an unmodified or clean opinion on the financial statements of the city on March 31st, 2020. During the presentation, the contents that we'll be going over are the audit results, required communications, and other matters. We also have supplemental slides supporting the required communications and other matters. And then we'll go over the responsibilities of both the city and HCT as auditor. The scope of the audit as of and for the year ended September 30th was performed in accordance with auditing standards generally accepted in the United States of America and the standards applicable to financial audits contained in government auditing standards issued by the Comptroller General of the United States and Chapter 10.550 Rule of the Auditor General. There were no changes during the audit related to our plan risk assessment or strategy. We issued the following reports with unmodified opinions on the financial statements of the city. The independent auditor's report is complete. The independent auditor's report on internal controls is complete. The schedule of findings, the independent auditor's report on compliance with the requirements of Florida statutes is complete. And a management letter was issued in accordance with the rules of the Auditor General of the state of Florida, which is complete. We have no outstanding matters related to the audit, and the significant accounting policies and practices are detailed in Note 1 of the financial statements. At this time, I will hand it over to my colleague, who was the senior auditor on the job this year, to proceed with the presentation, Mr. Thomas Williams.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the commission. The first point we'd like to note that there were no significant changes to any estimates from previous years. Next part is the significant risk, and these are the management override, control of controls, and revenue recognition. And just to highlight that these are not specific these two are not specific to the city. These are significant risks for all of our clients. So there were no other significant risks that we noted during our audit. And fortunately, the powers to be did not give us any new pronouncements in 2019 for us that we had to do any additional reporting on. There were no uncorrected misstatements, or we did not find any. All the misstatements found by the city and by us as auditors were corrected. And there were no issues with any disclosure omission. Later on, Mr. Harvey will discuss some of the control deficiencies, but as Mr. DiPaolo said, there were no new ones for 2019. We did not know any significant related party transactions that needed to be disclosed. And sorry, go ahead. And then in this slide right here, this just goes through all the different types of issues that may have come up during, such as whether the city had a growing concern issue, whether they can continue operations. And there were nothing here is highlighted that the city has any concerns or should have any concern about. Cool. In the next slide, it will talk about independence, and we do believe that we are independent with respect to the city. And with that, I will turn the floor over to Mr. Harvey.
Again, good afternoon. And so the areas of focus that we will emphasize over these next several slides will deal with financial reporting, revenues, expenses, capital assets, receivables, and long-term debt. So as it relates to financial reporting, we as the auditors obtained an understanding of the financial reporting process, inspected the financial statements that they were in conformity with GAAP, and inspected the disclosures as required to be in accordance with auditing standards. Revenues totaled $82.6 million for the fiscal year ended 2019, as compared to $76.6 million for the same period ended 18. The increase was primarily a result of the following: charges for services, property taxes, and investment earnings. We selected a sample of significant transactions from various revenue sources and tested those transactions for a couple of assertions: existence, accuracy, and cutoff to make sure that those revenues were in the correct period. Moving on to expenses, total expenses for 2019, 65.4, as compared to the same period of 18, 67.7. We selected a sample of transactions. Those transactions were significant. We tested expenses for completeness, accuracy, and cutoff. Capital assets total $82.9 million as of September 30, 2019, as compared to $85.6 million for the same period of 2018. The decrease of a little under $3 million was primarily due to depreciation of assets. Receivables for the city, that balance as of September 30, 2019 was 3.1, compared to the same period in 18 of 3.6. Receivable balances were confirmed at year end to support the amount that was reported. Long-term debt, $22.5 million for the period ended September 30, 2019, as compared to $26.3 million for the same period ended 2018, which was, or the decrease primarily is for the forgiveness of a portion of a note with Broward County. Balances, the debt balances were confirmed by third parties as a part of our audit testing. Our responsibilities to you. HCT has a responsibility to perform an audit and express an opinion on those financial statements. Our audit includes consideration of the internal control environment, although we do not issue an opinion on the effectiveness of the city's internal control environment. Our consideration of the internal control environment is not designed to identify all deficiencies that might be material weaknesses and or significant deficiencies. This slide gives a technical definition of the various types of matters under internal controls that may be found, whether it is a deficiency, a significant deficiency, or a material weakness. As noted earlier by my colleagues and by the finance director, we did not have any reportable management letter comments for the period September ended 2019. We are required by the AICPA to report to you on the status of our prior comments, which relate to the year September 30, 2018. And so if you will allow, we will give a broad, high brush of the status of those 10 management letter comments from 2018. As it relates to MLC 01, which deals with the formal process of employees receiving an evaluation, that status as it relates to 2019 was not implemented. Looking at MLC 02, cash handling in the Parks and Recreation Department, that management letter comment was implemented in 2019. Moving forward to management letter comment 3, which dealt with payments by lobbyists or the registration, that management letter comment was implemented in 2019. Management letter comment 4, which deals with the information technology gap that was identified by us, that management letter comment was also implemented during the time period of 2019. Management letter comment 5 dealt with monthly and year-end closing. That comment was implemented in 2019 by staff. Also, management letter comment 6, accounting and reporting disclosure checklist, which we noted as a significant deficiency, that too was implemented by staff in fiscal year 2019. Management letter comment 7 dealt with errors that were noted in the HR files. We noted this as a material weakness. After review in our audit, we noted this as partially implemented. Moving to management letter comment 8, the selection and expenditures of contracted firms, law firms, that management letter comment was also partially implemented in fiscal year 2019. Moving on to management letter comment 9, which dealt with the notice of award and a notice to proceed for all procurements. That management letter comment was also partially implemented. And management letter comment 10, which dealt with city's policies and procedures as it relates to an RFP, that matter was not implemented in FY19, but I also believe the finance director briefly mentioned that in his opening stanza. These next slides discuss the responsibilities of our group, our team, that team being HCT in the city. Management has a responsibility to fairly present the financial statements and to make those adjustments. Management also has a responsibility for the design, implementation, and maintenance of internal controls relevant to the preparation and fair presentation of the financial statements. Management other responsibilities to provide the auditor access to information, additional information that may be requested or requested by the auditor, unrestricted access to persons within the entity from whom the auditor determines is important or necessary, and also disclosure of all significant deficiencies, including material weaknesses, and an acknowledgement of those responsibilities. The commission, the elected responsibility, includes oversight of the financial reporting process, oversight of the establishment and maintenance of management of programs and controls that must, designed to prevent, deter, and detect fraud. Management and the commission responsibilities include setting the proper tone and creating and maintaining a culture of honesty and high ethical standards, and ensuring that the city's operations are conducted within the provisions of the law and regulation. Our objectives as your auditors to form and express an opinion on the financial statements. Other of our responsibilities include performing an audit in accordance with GAAS, generally accepted auditing standards, and to assume and to design our audit to obtain assurance that the financial statements as a whole are free from material misstatement. Others of our responsibility, the auditor's responsibility to report on the financial statements, to make appropriate arrangements, to any material inconsistencies or misstatements of facts, to have those resolved, and if not resolved, to report and to communicate any procedures designed related to other information and the results of those procedures. This slide goes into additional depth of our responsibility to you, but as you can see, most of these relate to communicating to the elected body who we serve and or to management. And so with that, we appreciate, Mayor, our opportunity to communicate with you and the other elected officials. And so this is our report to the mayor and commission, the city manager, city attorney, city clerk, finance. We also want to take the time to say thank you to Mr. DiPaolo and his staff. We understand that this was the first year under his tutelage. And so we feel that there were significant gains made. And so we want to thank finance and his team for things and allowing us to be able to get through our audit in a timely manner. At this time, Mayor, if you will allow, we will take any questions from yourself or any of the commissioners.
I'm looking for any hands that may be raised. No hands raised?
Me, I don't know how to raise it when
Oh.
the screen is still sharing.
Go
I don't
ahead.
know how to properly raise it with the screen sharing. Thank you, Mr. Harvey. I have a question. Did you find any areas that we could possibly improve on as a city?
Thank you for that. As it relates to our audit, we did not issue any formal management letter comments, as has been said. But what I would lay at the feet of the elected is there appears to be 5 management letter comments from last year that were not fully implemented. And so we think that those are important areas. We did note some post-closing entries was made by finance. But again, as Mr. Patton has said, we were able to come to terms and get those things implemented and adjusted. And so we would say those are some areas to consider, but nothing rose to the level that we needed to make it a formal reportable condition. Well, we did report on the management letter comments from 18 that were not implemented and or partially implemented.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. Oh, wait, Commissioner Harris? There you go.
So, Mr. Harvey, those 5 things that you mentioned just now, what are an example of a few of them that we can improve on?
Okay. Give me a second. So the 5 or 4 MLCs, management letter comments from 18 that were not fully implemented. One relates to the annual evaluation of employees. That's number 1. The next one is number 7, which is, and I think it's an important one, the errors noted in our 18 audit as relates to the HR files there. Also, number 8, which is dealing with the discretionary selection and implementation of or working with certain contracted law firms. Number 9, the notice of award and the notice to proceed was a comment that was not fully implemented. And then the last one is number 10, which relates to an RFP. And I also think there was an underlying, and I think I know, there was an underlying OIG report that supports this item number 10. And I don't think I know the city wasn't able to get this one resolved during or before our audit period close. So those would be the 5 things that we would note to the commission to consider for areas to be improved on in the current year.
I have a question. Actually, Frank, you may be able to answer this better. Of those 5 areas, since the closing of this audit period, which was September 30th of last year, have any of those 5 areas been addressed?
Well, the one with the procurement, that one has definitely been moving forward, and we've been taking steps to address that matter. The human resources files, and Mr. Harvey, maybe you can also give some more feedback on that. We spent a tremendous amount of time with the audit staff going through the personnel files. I believe that the error rate this year in the observations was much lower than it was last year. Is that correct, Harvey and Pete?
Yes, sir. We worked with the new director. I think there was some change in that department. She was great. And so she was able to demonstrate that there was a plan in place, that plan was being executed. But the error rate was down from what we saw in 18. Still some work to do in that area, but yes, there was some gains made.
And the other issues, there's one in particular regarding the employee evaluations, and that's really just a city procedural matter. If it desires to move forward with that, I'm really not sure what the implications are in the city's financial statements or what risk of material misstatement that provides to the city by not conducting employee evaluations. But nonetheless, that is in there, and it's something that, again, if the city wishes to move to make a change there, they could, but that really has no bearing, in my opinion, on the financial audit. Another item was the legal item regarding the city attorney and invoices, and that's just more of a structure with the way that the city operates, and the city attorney has consulting attorneys that they use from time to time for specialties and certain items that we don't have in-house expertise on, and the city attorney will utilize outside firms from time to time. And for the most part, those are firms that have been vetted by the city. They're registered vendors. We've been using them. There's just every now and then there's an odd chance that we need a specialist for land use or some other type of very niche discipline in law that we need to find another outside counsel for. And I'm not sure, what was the other one? The other comment?
The other one is number 9, which deals with the notice to proceed and the notice to award. You can speak on that one since we concluded our audit. I think it was in March.
Yeah, that's something that we've been discussing with, as we said, we hired a procurement administrator, and obviously having formal notification to the awarded bidder is something that should be done after each bid has been awarded by the city commission. And that's something that we made sure that we're committed to doing, and that with all future bids.
Okay, I believe Commissioner James has another question as well.
Yes, sorry, I notes. You mentioned something about an RFP, Mr. Harvey. Which RFP and what happened with the RFP? Is it the same RFP from the engineering?
Yeah.
Or do you have that information?
I'm gonna speak in very broad terms, but I think it's the CCA. I think that's it. Contract that was reviewed by the OIG, and so we piggybacked on their report. From my understanding, and again, I'm open to someone adding on, that process needs to, because of some irregularities or notes or different things that was noted by the OIG, that process needs to happen again anew. And so as of our audit date, I don't believe, I'm pretty strong on this, that the city had began that whole process to reconfigure that award. And so that is the issue that is the support for our management letter comment number 10.
City Manager?
Okay, I guess asking someone to speak on that and why it hasn't happened, or where are we in the process, or why is that still an issue now?
Well, yes, Commissioner James, thank you for allowing me, Mayor, the opportunity to speak. Everything in regards to this old RFP and the OIG report that we inherited has been taken care of and has been redone and redone correctly. I wanted to thank you all for allowing us supporting the procurement position on the budget, and thank HCT and also our new HR team and Frank and his team, because everything that the auditor has mentioned has either been addressed or we've taken the steps to address, and that has been seamless in regards to our finance team working with HCT and his team and the progress that we've made in HR.
So where are we in the process of the engineering? I haven't, because that's the RFP, and the RFPs come back to us, no?
Frank?
Yes, that one is we were developing, we were actually finalized drafting the RFP document before we went out of office for COVID. It's something that we were just about to get it out on the street, and then we shut everything down at City Hall. And we've since now, coming through this the last 2 months, we figured out how we can actually conduct a bid and do it virtually and have a virtual bid opening and even, interview respondents. So we're going to be working through that through the summer now. We're issuing that bid as well as some other ones that we need to get out there that are time sensitive. And we should have that bid done and awarded by September 30th. I think that's a pretty comfortable target for us to hit. And we actually have since awarded a CCNA bid for a different matter. That was back, I believe, in February. And we went through a very detailed process to ensure that we did everything in compliance with best practices, state statutes on that one. And that one was awarded by the City Commission for a project. And I'm pretty confident we'll have no issue reissuing the CCNA for the engineering continuing service contracts.
Thank you.
Mr. Harvey, or any of your team, I'm just wondering for next year, should we anticipate anything because of COVID? I mean, is your firm, are you anticipating any sort of changes or issues that may arise because of what's happened with COVID and cities like ours basically being shut down for a period of time?
Thank you for that, Mayor. We've actually issued a HCT alert to our governments. I think I sent it to everybody at the city, just kind of discussing some of the anticipated issues that municipal governments can expect. I will also add another layer or log to the fire. The AICPA has come out with some note disclosures that they are, quote unquote, suggesting, suggest means require us as auditors to put before or to put in the financial statement. So yes, you will see note disclosures. Yes, we have sent out as a CPA firm a paper regarding some of the things that we think cities should consider. And then yes, we will also be looking at testing of analytics and revenues to see any downtrend. And so where the commission, the mayor commission and the manager can be ready is to answer what is the city's budget stance, what is the city's thoughts going forward to handle those dips in revenues. And then we as auditors will document that and make our determination if those answers are strong.
Thank you. Commissioner Harris?
Mayor, and to Mr. Harvey, now that the audit is complete and you said it's basically a clean audit, I think now with our commission that we should consider moving forward with our strategic plan so we can plan for the future, especially as we move through COVID, since there's a lot of unknowns there, and we can capture some of the things that are important to the residents through our strategic plan. So I'm asking back to the mayor and back to the city manager if we can go ahead and start completing our plan, since we've already had the initial interviews, and start with the strategic plan and how it relates to the next audit and the budget.
City manager, is that something that we could do?
Well, I mean, absolutely. This is something that we started. We kind of paused it because of COVID. But I think now with this clean audit and where we're at financially, being able to get the priorities from you and having a better, more proactive game plan of how we're going to invest our monies, I think it's a good thing. We could do it a hybrid of in person, or, do it virtually, or, both. But I think it's something that if we can get some dates from our facilitator, and come back to you, I think that's something that we can get done.
Do we have a location within City Hall or someplace where we could actually do this with all of us in a group, or is that possible?
We've set up the Northwest Conference Room, that we can meet up to 8 persons and do it safely. And we've done it throughout some of these budget meetings that I've had here, with the assistant manager and our finance director, where we've been with the finance director, but then the deputy director has been, virtually in the meeting. So we can do it either in person or a hybrid, but we can make it happen.
Vice Mayor, do you have a question?
So I think one of the values of doing this, it is important for us to be in person. I think there's added value to that. So I would ask that we wait at least until this current spike has gone back down, because I don't see, even with the spacing of the room, if I remember, it was something like 8 hours we were going to have to commingle together. So it's not realistic for everyone to wear the masks for that 8 hours. So, I mean, unless people really wanted to do it, to skip that portion and to do it online, I would suggest we wait until we can come up with a plan in place, because I don't think everyone would feel comfortable being in the Northwest Conference Room, masked or unmasked at this point, given where Broward is.
That's a good point that the vice mayor is making. For your consideration, if you would like to, I see the space of our atrium, and that could be a suggestion or a possibility in the future, whenever you're ready or whenever you give me the directive, that could be considered as a nice open space that we could create that separation. I do agree that wearing that mask for 8 hours might be problematic, but if we're able to create a nice open space where we can find enough of that separation, it could happen. But I agree, if we're going to do it, the majority of us, or at least all 5 of you and myself, and should be in person, even if you do it as a hybrid, because I think there's a lot of things that you all could discuss that needs to be let out, that I think it'll make the team better moving forward, from my experience and what I've seen.
Okay.
Can I make a suggestion? Maybe we could get some dates for it in the meantime, and then if we can't go forward with it, we don't go forward with it, depending upon what happens with COVID. Commissioner James?
Yes, can we see if we even prefer in person versus a hybrid? Because I'm more in favor of doing it in person. These meetings that we're having now are very difficult. It's just not an intimate setting that we would be in. And then when we're discussing really important things, I think it's very important for us to be in person. So maybe we can see if there's a consensus to do the hybrid model, or which model to do first before we, do the dates. I'm not in favor of doing it in person where I have to wear a mask, and I'm not in favor of doing it on the computer virtually.
I'd like to see what the hybrid option would look like. I'd be curious to see what would be proposed on that. I prefer to do it in person. I don't really have a problem wearing a mask. I do it pretty much everywhere else, but But I'd be curious to see what a hybrid version of it would look like. I mean, maybe we could get some proposals from the facilitator and see if he could give us some suggestions about doing a hybrid model.
So maybe that would be the first step, would be before doing the dates, getting a suggestion from him as to what that hybrid model would look at, and at our next meeting discussing, then getting consensus on which we're going to do, hybrid or in person. If we agree upon in person, submitting dates.
And that may be enough time as well, since we have a break coming up. So, city manager, you had your hand up.
Yeah, my recommendation would always be, if you can do it in person, to do it in person, particularly with the elected officials, the city manager, the city attorney, maybe the finance director, and the ACM, and the rest of the administration can participate remotely, but I've only done it in person. It could be done as a hybrid, but I think, you know, all of you should be present if possible, myself too. So I can come back and give you some dates and speak to him in regards to how he feels about hybrid versus everybody in person, or who definitely needs to be in person. So I'll get you all that information.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. All right. I don't see any other hands, so thank you very much. Next presentation is on organizational development and training for the city by Brian Rosenberg, PhD, with an introduction by Linda Gonzalez, Director of Human Resources.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney, City Clerk. I'm very pleased to briefly speak with you about organizational development and training for the city and make an introduction of Dr. Rosenberg. It's very important we continue to develop and strengthen our city staff so we're aligned with the important role we each have in serving our employees and our community. We strive to continually raise our standards and be the best public servants we can be, and training really supports this initiative. I've worked with Dr. Rosenberg at our former private sector employer, Mednax, which is a healthcare organization, and he's still working there now as an organizational and development director. In his capacity, he's designed leadership development workshops. He has in-depth knowledge of employee engagement. He's an expert with team building and has strong relationships across the organization, which is a 10,000 plus employee organization across the country. And very importantly, he's a wonderful presenter, which is important when you're taking a class. I'm grateful that Dr. Rosenberg has the time to come to our meeting tonight and talk about the two specific courses that we have spoken about and we think are essential to help our staff with servant leadership and support and provide excellent service to our employees, our residents, and our visitors. The two classes that you're going to hear about are Strength Finders and Emotional Intelligence. And I will turn this over to Dr. Rosenberg. Thank you.
That's great. I hope everyone can hear me. Thanks for inviting me to the meeting, Linda. Thank you all for allowing me a few minutes. I've been a resident of Broward County. I've been friends with Linda for many years. I grew up here. I think it's awfully important to focus on elevating all the public servants so they can be strong individuals, so they can be strong team members, so they can be effective leaders for the purpose of directing and impacting the residents in positive ways. So this is pretty exciting. I have my PhD from Nova University. I have my degree in marriage and family therapy. I have studied relationships for way too long, and I provide training on top of that. So I think this is pretty exciting. It's really a treat to be invited to have a conversation with you, and hopefully a conversation with the staff. I do like the city managers, since we're all virtual, you have a nice poster behind your desk, which talks about the essence of leadership. And that is, there's so many roots to the tree that if you see behind her desk that are all fed with learning. They're fed with behavior. So there's two workshops that I'm going to talk briefly to you about. And then you can decide if it makes sense to educate the city employees. But the first one is about emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence is known as EQ. It's different than IQ, which is like the SAT test. Emotional intelligence is how we best understand ourselves. How we understand ourselves, how we utilize our emotions in positive ways so we can alleviate stress, how we can communicate effectively, how we can provide empathy with others, how we can overcome challenges, how we can diffuse conflicts. Emotional intelligence helps us build stronger relationships. From my work, I can tell when people are very self-centered and focused on themselves and they don't understand how they are being perceived by others, creates conflict. It creates the inability to communicate effectively about the work that needs to be done. So it helps us connect with our feelings. It helps us connect with our actions and make informed decisions. The emotional intelligence class goes into 5 different aspects because they layer upon each other. First is self-awareness. Are you aware of your own hot buttons? Are you aware of when you're losing your cool? Are you even aware of that? The second part of the conversation is, are you able to do something about it? Are you able to regulate? Are you able to self-regulate when you feel your emotions are getting questioned? And then motivation. So then what are you going to do about it? So I'm aware, and then I can regulate, and then am I motivated to make a change? And then after I make the change, that is where it starts to impact you. That's where I can build empathy and then listen to the people whom I'm communicating with and know how they're feeling, you know, take a step in somebody else's shoes. And then successfully educated folks with emotional intelligence have effective relationships. So it's really a great thing. And we can do the workshop in a few hours and start the conversation about how is it that my internal focus impacts the team, impacts the job, impacts the people whom we interact with every day. That one's very important, very good. The next one is also exciting. This is a topic called Strength Finders. 90% out of Fortune 500 companies use the tool called Strength Finders. There's a little book. Within the book, it talks about, do we recognize what brings us power, what brings us strength, what brings us joy at work, probably at home too. Do we as this is really an organized workshop that comes with a little assessment. Everybody sees the world in a different way. There's over 23 million people that have completed that assessment. So there's some metrics about how engaged are you at work? How productive are you in your role? How much happier or healthier are you? If you're looking to improve yourself as a leader, as a team member, you really start focusing on your strengths. So we'll have a conversation about what are the things that each of us do that builds us up, that makes us have joy at work. And how do we start transitioning instead of talking to each other about each other? You know, you talked about the employee evaluations. How is it that we start to shift and not just focus on weaknesses? You're not good at this, you're not good at this, you're not good at this. And all of us have had jobs, and sometimes it's focused on what you're not good at, not good at. So this Strength Finders adds a little bit of a shift in which we start focusing clearly on what people are good at. Because it's very interesting if we have a shared conversation of what you're good at, might be something I'm not good at, and then I can invite your help, and then we can have a team, and then we can work together, and you can do the things that strengthen you, and I can do the things that strengthen me. The example I give all the time is I love public speaking. I mean, I do it in front of groups of hundreds, and other people would rather never publicly speak. So if we can work together and there's an opportunity for public speaking and they say, hey, Brian, you want to help me with talking to my group? I'd be great. It would fill me up. It's very exciting. And others would rather never do that. So how is it that we know about each other's strengths, leverage each other's strengths, work better with each other, work better with the job that we have to do, and accomplish our goals. So those are the two topics. I'll leave the floor open for some questions. I know we're limited on time, which I want to respect. So thank you for inviting me. I'm here if you have any questions.
Dr. Rosenberg, I just want to be clear that you're going to be doing something like this for the city, correct? For the city employees?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, maybe Linda can answer that.
Yes, we were talking with Brian about having these two specific courses, starting off with our leadership team, both Strength Finders and Emotional Intelligence. And usually it makes the most sense to start with the leadership team and then move on from there so that we have a good understanding of what the training is about. Really, these two courses they're excellent courses. I've been through them and they are really a way to strengthen our team. We already have a fantastic team under the leadership of our city manager and assistant city manager. And this is just another way to strengthen that team for our employees and for our community. They're positive classes, they're very motivational classes, and there's a lot of new things that we can all learn every time we take a course like this.
Yes. Anybody else have questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Have a great night. Thank you.
Next presentation is on cultural communication for the city by Dr. Cheryl White.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and all elected officials. I appreciate the opportunity. You know, in today's society, we tend to do a one-size-fits-all for everything we do. And right now we can see what's happening in our community with the many issues going on, and conflict resolution is an area that I'm an expert in. I wanted to bring to the city cultural diversity and inclusion as it pertains to conflict. And how do we resolve conflict? Because oftentimes we don't get to the root cause of the situation. We look at the surface and then we begin to do what I consider to be the blame game. It's like a blame cycle. Who is wrong? Who is right? Why are we having the issues we're having? But no one really sits down and get to the place of understanding. And many times as we're leading our employees, we never stop to think about what might be going on with them in their lives. Because again, in the corporate world, and we look at everything as one size. And I've been a corporate leader for a number of years, where I also was a chief compliance officer. And many times the things that I saw that really bothered me the most was that no one took the time to realize that within a conflict, there is another conflict. And how do we resolve that? So unless we're willing to confront the issues in front of us, we can't really resolve it, can we? So it's an honor to be able to present to the city. And I hope that some of the leaders in the city will come out to these trainings that we're proposing to do, because conflict resolution is huge and it's extremely important. Even as you're learning about how do I regulate my staff, think about conflict this way, that it begins with you before it begins on the outside. And many times when we talk about diversity, everybody says, well, diversity has to do with color. Well, no, it doesn't. Diversity does sex, it does age, it does gender. It's huge. And how do we diversify our cities if even the leaders don't understand what that entails and what's required in diversity? So it's extremely important. And I really am asking that those of you who are, and you know, we want to put off who we are and our education and, you know, where we are from. I got my 2 doctoral degrees at Nova University, Yale Nova. And I have a doctoral degree in organizational leadership. And I so concur with Dr. Rosenberg because it's so true. You can't lead from behind. You can't lead people if you don't understand who they are and what you're doing with them. It is essential that we take off everything we know, strip ourselves naked, as it were, and begin to say to ourselves, okay, how am I going to help someone to go through if I myself may be going through? You know, I was talking to a young lady last night, and it was amazing because she said to me, Dr. White, I want a divorce. And when you finish talking to this young lady, it's really not a divorce. She is so angry and so upset because her husband lost his job, life is going hard, and then she has to go back in the school system when school is open, and she has to be teaching children when she's conflicted herself about what's going on in her personal life. Now imagine a principal who doesn't know she's going through this, and then you are screaming at her for being late or whatever is going on in her life when she's impacted by a lot of conflict. So it's important that we do bring these types of training to the classroom, into the workforce, from classroom to workforce. And so I'm excited and look forward to be able to teach this class. And again, thank you all. And I really invite every single one of you to take part in these trainings that we're going to be bringing to the city, because they're important for you as well in your entire life. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. White. Anybody have any questions for Dr. White? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next item is legislative update regarding police use of force and related issues by me. I just wanted to give everybody an update from the last meeting. I know I told you all that I had some conversations, and we also had Sheriff Tony here to speak. So I just want to kind of give you an update. We've been continuing with this over the last couple of weeks as well. I've got a couple of different areas I want to talk to you about, the last one being through the state. Locally, the sheriff has put out a number of initiatives through the sheriff's department that they're working on with regard to these issues in order to try to help with community development and community relations. He is reintegrating a more comprehensive early warning system to detect potential behaviors that may cause harm to the public. They're establishing the first use of force review board in the agency's history. They're restructuring the professional standards committee to include more minorities and civilians and offer racial equity and implicit bias training, a program that they're going to have countywide. They've also adopted a new community policing policy, including park, walk, and talk, which requires deputies to get out of their vehicles and speak with area residents and business owners. There's neighborhood support teams meeting regularly with community leaders to identify and solve public safety issues that are unique to each area. And they're also supportive of the, I don't know if everybody saw it, but at the last Broward County Commission meeting, they talked about developing a civilian review board. That's still in the process right now, but they are putting that together. That's something that's being developed right now through the county. I don't have all the details on it yet, but I'll be speaking with some people from the county tomorrow and trying to get some more information on that for us. But they're also in support of that. In the meantime, they also have what I think Sheriff Tony talked to us about last time, which is the 8 can't wait recommendations, which is 8 different areas that they didn't want to wait on. And they went ahead and made changes as far as trainings or reinforcing changes that were already made. Those include ban on chokeholds and strangleholds. They don't teach this, and they don't allow it. So it's not something that should be used in Broward County with BSO. Also requiring de-escalation training, which is being provided to all sworn law enforcement personnel as part of the annual use of force training. They also require a warning before shooting, some type of verbal warning, whenever possible before they discharge a weapon. Exhausting all other means before shooting. That's self-explanatory. They also have a duty to intervene. So the BSO deputies are instructed on peer accountability and their legal obligation to intervene. And failure to intervene shall be treated the same as if the employee committed the violation. They also have a ban on shooting at moving vehicles. That's something that's been prohibited for a while. But it's basically, they don't teach the technique of shooting into the vehicles. They're basically trying to use other methods unless somebody is actually coming at them with a car and their life is in danger. There's also they also require use of force continuum, which means BSO deputies are taught use of force guidelines and how to respond to the following types of resistance: passive resistance, active resistance, aggressive and deadly force. And deadly force is always the last option. And they also require all force be reported. All uniformed deputies have body-worn cameras and are required to activate them before taking any lawful action per policy. Policy that they've had, policy they continue to have, and it's being followed at this point as well. And all of those use of force incidents are documented both by the patrol duty and their immediate supervisors. And then those use of force reports are reviewed by the deputy's command and forwarded to the Department of Professional Standards to review if issues are identified. In addition to that, like I said, the county commission is working on doing a civilian review board. I also had another meeting with Representative Evan Jenny this last week, and I included also the city manager attended the meeting with me, as well as a couple of stakeholders within the community. And I had a list of things that I wanted to ask him about based upon conversations that I've been having as well with the residents and others. And basically, I know last time I told you about 6 or 7 different areas that they're working on. In addition to that, they've added some more. They're not doing a special session. They're not agreeing to that at this point up in Tallahassee. However, when they come back in November, what they're doing is they're using this time until November to put together different ideas and work out the bills that they're going to want to present in November so that it's ready to go at that time. So, and they're encouraging any suggestions from anyone. So basically what these items are, let me just go through some of the ones that they had from before as well as some of the new ones. Individual sovereign immunity. You may have heard them talk about qualified immunity on various programs. It's the same idea, where it's basically there's a certain level of in a lawsuit, basically, that somebody would be required to pay, and they're trying to increase those amounts. Identifying specific concrete criminal offenses, as opposed to, there's some very general definitions right now, and they want to make it very, very specific, and include in that when is use of force unlawful, which is something that's not really defined right now. Obviously, banning chokeholds of any kind. We already had that locally, but they want to do it statewide. Permanent revocation of certificate of law enforcement for any individual using excessive force. So this way, officers cannot move around from job to job. There's actually, he was telling us about a sheriff up in the northern part of the state that was actually putting out requests for anybody who did get fired for use of force because he wanted them in his jurisdiction. So we need that to stop, and that's one of the things that they're talking about doing through this particular law, is that people won't be able to do that. They won't be able to move from place to place. Also having a database through FDLE tracking at the officer level and the institutional level incidents of use of force, so that this way we can see not only the agencies and find out a particular agency is having a problem, but also determine if there are specific officers that are a problem and can be addressed. Demilitarizing the police agencies, which is something that's been discussed federally as well, but that's definitely something that they're putting together some legislation on. FDLE are another party doing investigations of all use of force incidents, so that it's having a third party investigate as opposed to doing it through the individual agency. Also de-escalation training, making that a statewide requirement, not just once a year, but more often than that. They're also discussing citizen review boards. He indicated that there's some issues with the statutes as they are currently written that is keeping citizen review boards from occurring. So they're working on some ways to reword the statutes, amend the statutes so that they'll be able to do a citizen review board or have them all over the state. We talked about a liberty task force, which basically allows for decriminalizing certain offenses. I know that's something that we're doing now in Dania Beach. I know our officers have decriminalized certain offenses, minor offenses, so that as opposed to arresting somebody, they'll actually hand them and maybe Danny can talk about this when he speaks, but they'll do a notice to appear as opposed to actually arresting somebody and putting them in the system. So that's something to be done throughout the entire state. Body cameras, making those mandatory throughout the state in every agency. Also anti-vigilante legislation. in order to try to prevent issues like what happened with Trayvon Martin and Ahmaud Arbery, because those are obviously vigilante situations that if there was anti-vigilante legislation may not have occurred or would have severe penalties to help prevent it from happening. Also addressing the collective bargaining agreements. One of the issues that I think we have here is the fact that we do have a collective bargaining agreement for the unions for our BSO officers, obviously. And you can't really address pensions, but pensions would be something to think about and a way to help prevent violent episodes, because if somebody knows they're going to lose their pension, it'll definitely make a difference in the way they behave. We also talked about revenue generating by taking money from forfeitures and that sort of thing and putting it towards other things, sort of like the LETF funding, if you all are familiar with that, but doing it in another way to help compensate for certain things. I don't have a whole lot of information on that one yet, but it is something that they're looking at, and we should be able to get more information hopefully in the next couple of weeks. And no knock warrants also, prohibiting those except in extreme circumstances. The representative talked about making the bar so high that they're only used in very, very rare instances. So clearly, you know, there's things going on right now. They're using the time wisely. I'm having kind of a standing phone call with him to discuss these different issues. And every time I hear something more from somebody, some other suggestions or think of some, going ahead and presenting them, I strongly encourage anybody who does have any suggestions to please provide them. I'm happy to pass them along so that we can try to work on them further. And I know you can always reach out to him yourself and discuss, you know, your own thoughts on the issues. He's very open to it, and it's basically like his number one focus right now. That's all that he's really focusing on. So it's definitely, and there's lots of people in Tallahassee right now that really want to make some changes. So all the suggestions that we have they're open to them. Commissioner Brandon. Hold on.
I don't know for sure if you could answer this or not. I wrote it down. You mentioned two items, Civilian Review Board, and you also mentioned Citizen Review Board. I know what you said about that one being a hard one to get together. I was wondering, do you have any knowledge of what kind of qualifies you to be on either board? Because I love both boards.
Yeah, I don't know that. Like I said, I know tomorrow I have a meeting with the county. I'm going to talk to them some more about that and see if I can get some additional information on it. And excuse me, I'm also going to follow up with the sheriff and see what else I can get as far as what he was talking about as well. But there's definitely, you know, there's an awareness. There's definitely an awareness now, and there is change that is starting to happen. You know, some of it takes a little time, but it's definitely moving forward. And I'm really happy to see that. I literally had a conference with Representative Denny the week before, and within a week, he already had like another 10 items on the list of things that they're working on. So, and they're continuing to grow the list. They know they're not going to be able to get everything passed, but they're trying to get as much as they can and putting every different item out there. And lots of people are interested in it now. So it's the more items there are, the better. They don't all have to go on one bill. Everybody can get a piece of it and work on it and get everything ready so that in November this can move forward and we can, you know, actually see something happen. So that's the hope, that's the plan. It seems to be bipartisan for the most part, at least in the state of Florida, which is good. So that's a positive. I know there are some of these issues that will probably never pass. For example, the issue with sovereign immunity and qualified immunity. That one's going to be really hard to pass because it's always a hard thing to pass because it's even just increasing the small amounts that they have in the past. It's fighting to the nail to get it through. So he wants to get it raised to a very significant level. We might be able to get it raised a little bit, but that one's going to be tough. But some of the others are no-brainers, and it just, you know, I don't think anyone's really going to fight it from my own common sense, but also from talking to him and talking to other people. It seems like it's something that some of these things will definitely go through that problem.
Well, if you get any information regarding the civilian review board, I would like to know what the qualifications are, because I'm interested in that stuff, especially if they graduate more than 600 COPs from our program. And I like anything that has to do with reviewing the way a police officer has handled a situation. So I thank you very much.
Absolutely. If I get any information, I'll try to put it together in a memo and have it distributed so that people have it, so it's aware. Everybody's aware of what's going on. Anyone else? No? Okay. Next item is update on Parks and Recreation, Beach and Pier by Eric Brown, Director of Parks and Recreation. Eric here? I don't see Eric.
Did I miss him?
There he is.
Where?
Eric, are you here?
I'm here.
Okay.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney, Eric Brown, Parks and Recreation Director. How's everybody doing today?
Wonderful.
Great. I'm going to give a brief update on what's going on in Parks and Recreation, what do we have open and what do we have closed, and some news about our summer camp. I want to start out with our facilities right now at C.W. Thomas, Frost Park, P.J. Milley. Those facilities are open for our outdoor amenities only from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. and from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. This gives us a time to debrief and clean up anything that need to be cleaned up. Our basketball courts will remain open at 4 people per goal. Our racquetball courts with 2 people per goal. Our tennis courts with 4 people total per court. Our open field space. We're getting a lot of people wanting to use the open field space. We're going to continue with our CDC guidelines with no groups larger than 10 and no competitive play, no organized play whatsoever. Social distancing still will be required. Our passive parks are still open for leisure jogging and walking and exercising. We are out there daily, once a day, going down and wiping things down, spraying down machines, and so forth. Our pools are now open Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. and from 5 to 8 p.m. And at PJ Milley, we have in lap swimming only. We're only allowing 6 people in the pool per at a time. At CW Thomas, our pools are open. The pool is open for swim. It's not a lap swim pool, but we will allow folk to come and have recreational swim with social distancing in effect at the pool as well. The beach, let's start out with the pier. The pier is open, the pier is doing great. The pier is still at 50% capacity with social distancing in effect as well. We're not allowing no groups larger than 150, I wanna say it is, although our pier can hold up to almost 400 people. We're gonna remain social distancing with our pier. Our Tiger Tail Dog Park is now open by appointment only, no groups larger than 5 at one time. And PJ Milley Dog Park is now open with the same criteria that we don't have large groups coming in, and we haven't had any issues with that. So that's been great. What's closed? All of our facilities will still remain closed at this point in time. Our tiki huts on the beach will remain closed at this time. Our barbecue grills will remain closed. Our playgrounds will remain closed until further notice. With the spike being raised up, we're raising up our level of security on the beach because our beaches are definitely on the weekends. It's very, very crowded. And we have our beach ambassadors out there daily and enforce on the weekend, only because people are not social distancing on the beach. So we're gonna continue to educate, remind folk of our CDC guidelines and hoping, for the best with our beach. So we haven't seen anything that's been very, very out of the ordinary as far as our parks and our beaches are concerned. Our pier, it seems to run. We have a few hiccups, but nothing that we haven't been able to take care of on the spot. Thank you to code and fire and police for being our biggest advocate and our biggest help out there on our beaches and in our parks. When we need them, they're right there to step it up. Code has been out actually spreading the word about social distancing on the beach. So we want to thank those guys for that. Thank you, Candido, for making sure that we have enough help to make that happen. And lastly, summer camp. I spoke with the city manager on yesterday through BIE text and email, and we just decided that at this point, we're going to cancel summer camp in the city of Dania Beach, only because my colleagues are experiencing people, counselors coming down with COVID-19. Just last week, we had 2 counselors at the JCC come down with it. We had another counselor in the city of Hollywood go home sick. Not sure what the case would, what was the case in that. So I'm not putting COVID-19 on her, but I just want to take all precautions for the city of Dania Beach, our residents, and especially our children and our staff. That concludes my presentation. Any questions?
The city manager has her hand up.
Yeah, I wanted to thank Eric, because we have been preparing. We always prepare to be ready. And yesterday, the vice mayor and I were in a conference call, and Eric has also been on conference calls with his colleagues. But the numbers that are really concerning to us is almost 800 cases that have just come out between the ages of 0 to 18 years of age. So the little babies, the young kids, I know the vice mayor just raised her hand too, but the JCC went from having 1 case of a counselor, and then within 24 hours, there was 2 cases, and now there's 3 cases. So we're very concerned, and we've been proactive thanks to your support from day one. So we're going to continue to be on this proactive mode. These beach ambassadors was a terrific idea that Eric had. So we just didn't believe that it would be in the best interest of our kids and our community to have this camp at this time. I can't hear you.
Who are you trying to hear, manager?
Oh, I couldn't hear the mayor.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, I was muted. Commissioner James, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, how many children did we have signed up for summer camp?
We had about 15 at Frost, which was at capacity. We had about 4 at C.W. Thomas and 1 at P.J. Milley. And no, I'm sorry, 1 at P.J. Milley, and we had 3 at City Hall.
Okay, thank you. And I wanted to know, I've been getting conflicting reports on how many cases we have in our city. How many official cases do we have in our city? Is it 29, 28, or I heard some number well over 100?
Oh, no,
I'm not sure of the number.
The latest number, Commissioner James, is 67 cases. And this is the numbers that have been confirmed. They may change if we get another report, but this is our latest report, and it's 67 cases for Dania Beach.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Vice Mayor, did you have your hand up? No?
No, I was just giving the number for Commissioner James of 67 reported.
Okay,
Wait a minute.
that's it then. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner.
One last thing. When, as soon as you get any notification that it's in the hundreds, I would like to know. Because
Absolutely.
my estimation that was given to me from someone from Broward County was that we had 258. So please, I'm asking Vice Mayor, who seems to be the upfront person on this, I want it checked out. Thank you.
All right, next item is update on community development code, building permits, inspections and zoning by Candido Sosa Cruz, Assistant City Manager.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Candido Sosa Cruz. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. This is an update as well as a reminder that all city departments are open at City Hall, and we continue to provide services to our residents, businesses, and visitors. Although City Hall remains closed, we are open for business and ready to serve you. From our community development department, that includes the building department, our code compliance, and our zoning division. If you need a building permit, if you need a building inspection, if you need anything related to community development, please give us a call. Our telephone number for the building division is 954-924-6805. If you want to talk about a code violation, if something is happening that you're concerned, you want a code compliance officer to come out to your business, to come out to your property, please, again, give us a call, 954-924-6810. If you have any general questions concerning anything in the city, you could call our customer service number, which is our general number, and that's 954-924-6800. Again, this is, I want to remind everyone that we're fully open, fully operating. We're doing inspections every day. Our code compliance officers are out and about 7 days a week. Our building inspectors and our permit clerks are working 5 days a week, regular business hours. You can contact us by telephone, by email, by social media, any which way. Now it's easier than ever to communicate with us. Next week, we're going to be rolling out a hotline number in which the public can contact us in case they see any business, any employees, any large gatherings, any violations of the emergency orders put out by the state, by the county, and by the city. You'll be able to contact us 7 days a week from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. at this hotline number. We don't have the number yet. Once we roll it out next week, we will provide it to everyone. We will do a Facebook post. We will put it on our website. We will communicate with the mayor, vice mayor, commissioners, city managers, so they can distribute the telephone number as well. So again, that will be available 7 days a week from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Due to the uptick in COVID cases, our code compliance officers will start inspecting businesses more frequently. They will start being out there and ensuring that everyone is following the emergency orders, that employees are wearing masks, that businesses are providing social distancing, and that they're following the emergency orders. One last update at the next commission meeting in July, we're going to be rolling out a city app in which you'll be able to download on your telephone, on your cell phone, and you'll be able to communicate with us. You'll be able to let us know if there's a pothole on a street, if there's a leaning stop sign, if there's a code violation, if there's a business that's not following the emergency order, if there's construction work with no permit, you'll be able to simply, from your phone, send us a message. You'll be able to take photos from the app. You'll be able to provide us your location, and we'll receive the message immediately and go inspect the area. So next month in July, we'll be rolling out our city app. So everyone, and I'll be doing a presentation so everyone knows how to download it and how to use the app. Thank you, Manager.
Thank you, Candido.
Commissioner Brennemark?
Yeah, Candido, I don't see you on here, but I know you can hear me, right?
Yes, Commissioner. I'm not sure why the video is not showing, but I can definitely see you.
That's all right. Well, I want you to know that so far you've been the community development, the code, the building, the permits, inspections, and zoning department for me, especially with all the problems that we're having in the Meadowbrooks with these contractors that obviously are not watching this show today or any time during the month, because if they are, they wouldn't be saying, well, I couldn't go there because they're closed, and you know that. That's all I ever hear from a guy putting in 5 storm windows in a house. Well, you know, they're closed. So everything is being blamed on the fact that City Hall is closed. So when you get this hotline from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., that will be a big help, and I won't have to do as much calling, because that's what it's amounted to right now. I had to call Anna, and then I had to call another department in the city, only to be told, not going to mention any names, Anna. It's okay. They got the permits for the 5 windows. So I call up and I say to this neighbor, that's okay. They got a permit to put those 5 windows in. In the meantime, I see the call coming back saying, geez, I didn't read it all the way to the end. They were denied the permit. So it was worked out, I assume, by Candido and Anna on that situation. But that's what we're running to. And it isn't only in that Meadowbrook. You see contractors throughout the whole place. Why? Because the people are contracting contractors because they didn't come back themselves. So while the condo is empty, they will get all this illegal work done. And that's what's going on. But the city is open for business, and people got to know that. So I want to thank you, Candido. And if I could give you a proclamation, I would, but I can't.
Thank you, Commissioner. And again, we are open. Well, our inspectors are doing an average of 40 to 50 inspections a day. Our code compliance officers are working 7 days a week. If anyone has any questions at all concerning anything related to the city, please call us 954-924-6800. That is our general customer service telephone number. And again, we are open and we are definitely serving the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Harris?
Now, Candido, somebody had a question about fines and the accrual of fines until they can get a magistrate hearing, but we don't really know when the magistrate's hearing are going to be. So how do we answer the question about fines?
They could definitely call us. It's a case-by-case basis, depending what the violation is. And depending if the case was even heard in front of a special magistrate. That is the only time that fine will start accruing. We actually had a meeting today with our city attorney's office with looking into the possibility of doing a virtual meeting for the special magistrate, and we'll be able to hear cases. We're seeing and monitoring what other cities are doing, and that this is something that we're looking into in order to start hearing the cases. But again, if someone wants to give me a call, they can call me at that general number. They will transfer the call to my office number, which I can receive on my cell phone from wherever I'm at. And I'll be happy to meet with them at their business, at their residence, to go over their case.
All right. Any other questions? Oh, go ahead, Commissioner Harris.
Candido, also, do we know what's going on in the building right behind us next to the railroad tracks that was vacated not too long ago? I noticed some trucks in there doing some work, and what are they doing in there? Do we know?
City Attorney.
Oh, Tom, City Attorney.
Go ahead, City Attorney.
Yes, I have had a couple calls, excuse me, with the lawyer for the FEC Railway. They are claiming that they are allowed to do work in there because they preempt the city and they don't need permit authority from us. They've sent me some case law on it. Eve and I are looking into it. They may well be right because the FEC for 200 years has had lots of authority from the federal government. Second thing they brought up today is whether or not they have to comply with zoning. And I said, well, I'm telling you right now, you're complying with zoning. You can try to tell me you don't. You're going to have to prove to me that you don't have to. She says it's an office function. They propose to put in people that go up and down the railroad to check for different compliance with crossings, and guys and gals that would leave from these buildings as they're being renovated as office buildings to do that kind of work. I just found that out today. But I still said, whatever you do, you're going to do it by zoning. And if you can prove to me you don't have to do that, that's interesting. But you probably comply with zoning. I don't like the idea that they can do things without building permits.
Right.
They may be right about that. We're going to run that down, confirm it. Unusual demand to say it's a stop work order that is over there right now. And they're not working until that's done. They're not supposed to.
All right. Thank you. Next is a special event request from Neptune. Hold on a second here. Special event request from Neptune TNT Fireworks to install temporary canopies during their annual fireworks sale from June 25th, 2020 until July 11th, 2020 at 768 East Dania Beach Boulevard, Dania Beach, Florida.
Move the item.
Well, do we have any issues? Let me just.
No,
I have
not
a
at all.
question.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
So I used to live across the street from TNT, and in those canopies, if I recall, they had, oh, hey, Candido, we see you now. If I recall, in the canopies, they would have like bins of, I guess, fireworks that you could purchase. So how are they going to distance people in those canopies? Because I mean, around this time, I mean, that place gets nuts.
Do we know?
Who would, I mean, in addition to having fire extinguishers there, what else are the legalities of having a sale under a tent?
Well,
I spoke to Ron Book, who also represents them, and we discussed everything from compliance to the social distancing. What we could do is meet with them before they get started and really go over all these questions to ensure that they've taken all the precautions and proactive measures to be able to, sell the fireworks, but also deal responsibly with these concerns that we all have.
I would really put that on a to-do list, because I mean, I don't know, manager, if you've been over there during the week before or the days before 4th of July, it is really nuts, and it is going to take some special effort on their part, and I don't know how they'll do it. It's on them, but to figure out how they're going to socially distance, because people come in from all over. I mean, they come in from Miami to come to this place. It's pretty crazy. So I hope that they are able to do it. It's going to be a feat.
And what I will tell you is, just like the casino made a presentation to me that in turn was forwarded to Bertha Henry and the county and was approved, these challenges and concerns that you're bringing up before they open, as a matter of fact, this week, we will meet with them to have them show us their game plan.
Okay.
We have no problems if people don't adhere to the game plan to shut them down. We will meet with them, let them know what our standard and what our expectations are, and that will definitely be a high priority for us.
Okay, thank you. Second the item.
Wait, James has her hand up.
Oh, I apologize.
Yeah. Oh.
Oops.
I've spoken to Isaac a few times. Oh, I'm muted. Can you hear
No.
me?
We can hear you.
Here.
I've spoken to Isaac a few times, and I do want to know what is going to happen with the traffic and who is going to be responsible for it, because there is a lot of traffic there during that time. And when you put social distancing and CDC guidelines on top of that, someone is going to have to be liable. I'm not sure if that's going to be our BSO officers or if CNC will hire additional staff, or what will be required from us. So I too would like to see a plan, not just a plan, but like a map, sort of like a special event where they have to draw it out and we'll see exactly where things are going to happen, because I don't want to have any accidents or any tragedies with traffic. And I know sometimes the line, when I go there, sometimes the line is down the street on the sidewalk, and that's without COVID. And so when you magnify it, they don't have a large facility like the casino or that type of capability to have those types of things. It's very a very personal experience where a lot of people go into a warehouse and shop and get things. And I just want to make sure that when we are approving this thing, that we are making sure on our end that we can vouch for everything that we approve.
And Commissioner, I think that's a great point with public safety. So this is something that they're going to have to prove to us and also invest And we'll meet with BSO to make sure that that is in place to address the traffic as well as anything related to COVID-19.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Yes, Mayor, they hire their own private securities. They've hired McRoberts. And even I was scheduled out there to work when I was working with McRoberts, but they have boys outside working there. They do. They get private companies, and that's what I see them do. So when she has her meeting, when the city manager has her meeting, she can run that by him. Ask him, don't you have your own private securities? That maybe it's still McRoberts. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think for traffic calming though, Commissioner.
No, you need a real cop for that.
Yeah, we may. Yeah.
You need a real cop for that. That's different. I'm talking about on that sidewalk.
On the sidewalk.
Where they let so many people in. They have their own private security. Just find out if he's going to do it again this year.
Certainly.
Yeah, I just want to add one thing it does go through the special event permit process, in which fire looks at it. They out, and that's what I'm looking at now. They do outline insurance requirements. They do outline a site plan requirement. They do outline fire extinguishers. They require permits for the tents and canopies. They do a pre-event inspection. That's a requirement. They have a fire inspector on standby just in case. They also are required to have a BSO deputy on detail. That's a requirement. So this goes through the whole special event process in which the different departments take a look at it and put in a requirement, either from fire, from police, from any of the other departments. Part of this, they receive the emergency orders from the county and from the city. So they are aware that they have to practice social distancing and that they have to practice all the guidelines from CDC and from the emergency orders. That is also part of this special event permit requirement.
So, okay, and is it safe to say that what we really need to do is kind of just keep an eye on it and make sure that they're following the social distancing, the COVID measures, all of that, and make sure that we're keeping an eye on the traffic as well? I mean, I definitely think the idea of having a meeting in advance to go over it one more time is a good idea, but also just kind of watch it, especially for the 4th of July.
Absolutely, Mayor, and our code compliance officers are aware. They're going to be monitoring it as well.
Okay. So I think we had a motion and a second. Is that correct?
Is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
right.
You had a second for me.
Okay, and Commissioner Harris is muted. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. The next is a special event request from Mayhem Ranch LLC for their Bass Pro Social Distance Drive-Through Animal Park event to be held at 200 Gulfstream Way on June 25th through 28th, 2020 from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. Are there any issues with that?
No, this has gone through the entire process as well, and we've taken a look at it. We support it, and we really think it's going to be a great event.
This was a rescheduled event, wasn't it, Mayor?
I don't think so. They did it once before, and it was very successful. I want to say
this is, and to add to that successful event, they want to do it again.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have some proclamations. The first one I have, which is LGBTQ+ Pride Month, which is the month of June. And unfortunately, a lot of the events that were normally scheduled for this month had to be canceled because of COVID. So I definitely wanted to do a proclamation for this. So proclamation, Office of the Mayor, City of Dania Beach, Florida. Whereas the City of Dania Beach strives to be a safe and inclusive community. And whereas Dania Beach is home to and a destination for residents and visitors of all gender identities, expressions, and sexualities. And whereas we honor the courage, compassion, and creativity of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, sex, and gender nonconforming people, and celebrate the social, economic, and cultural contributions that LGBTQ+ people make to our community. And whereas we also recognize that members of the LGBTQ+ in Dania Beach and everywhere face discrimination and intolerance, fear and violence and economic hardship, and understand that transgender and gender nonconforming individuals are among the least understood, most marginalized, and most underserved populations. And whereas the Human Rights Campaign has stated that due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the LGBTQ community in the U.S., along with many communities around the globe, will face unique challenges due to its economic and healthcare situation, and that LGBTQ plus children are especially vulnerable because of the physical, social, and emotional isolation created by this public health emergency. And whereas lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer LGBTQ Pride Month is observed annually in the month of June to honor the 1969 Stonewall Uprising and to recognize the impact that lesbian, gay.
No, by mistake, I'm sorry.
Okay. Recognize the impact that lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender individuals have had on history, locally, nationally, and internationally. And whereas on June 15, 2020, the Supreme Court ruled that existing civil rights laws forbids job discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation, which is a major victory for advocates of gay rights. Now, therefore, on behalf of the Dania Beach City Commission, I, Lori Llewellyn, Mayor of the City of Dania Beach, Florida, do hereby proclaim June 2020 as LGBTQ plus Pride Month in the City of Dania Beach and encourage all residents to honor and affirm the rights and the gender identities, expressions, and sexualities of all people in our community, to commit to the elimination of prejudice wherever it exists, and to celebrate the diversity of our great state. Thank you. And we also have a proclamation from Commissioner James for Juneteenth.
Thank you. I requested this proclamation as Juneteenth is becoming a very popular, known holiday across America, and it has to do with the Emancipation Proclamation in 1863. So it reads, whereas President Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation on January 1st, 1863, declaring the slaves in Confederate territory free, paving the way for the passing of the 13th Amendment, which formally abolished slavery in the United States of America. And whereas word about the signing of the Emancipation Proclamation was delayed for some 2.5 years to June 19th, 1865, in reaching authorities and African Americans in the South and Southwestern states. And whereas Emancipation Day observations are held on different days in different states, such in the South and Southwest and in other parts of the nation. And whereas June 19th has a special meaning to African Americans and is called Juneteenth, combining the words June and 19th, and has been celebrated by the African American community for over 150 years. Now, therefore, on behalf of the City of Dania Beach, I, Commissioner Tamara James, through Mayor Lori Llewellyn, Mayor of the City of Dania Beach, Florida, urge all citizens to become more aware of the significance of this celebration in African American history and the heritage of our nation and city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have citizens' comments, and I have two that were submitted. The first one is Brother Mac, Terrence McElroy.
Just stopped it.
Is he here?
She was just here. Erica?
Oh, well, Erica is next. I have Brother Mac first.
Oh, okay. Brother Mac, are you on?
I'm here.
There you go. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Brother Mac. Please state your name and address, and watching the clock for you. 3 minutes. Thank you.
3 minutes. Okay. Brother Mac here from Lighthouse for Students, the mentoring program located here in Dania Beach, 650 South Federal Highway. Good afternoon, mayors, vice mayor, and city manager, and all you other elected officials. Just wanted to take this time, as I've sat here and listened to the document, you know, what's going on here. Really appreciate the work that you guys are doing. And we just want to give you a great shout out and a terrific Tuesday. So a special thanks to the city manager, who have been a real big encouragement for us, Commissioner Chicky, and Ms. Raquel Williams, the executive director of the Community Redevelopment Agency of Dania Beach. All three have been really staunch supporters and have encouraged us through some troublesome times as we go through this pandemic. I'd like to say before I go any further, after the last commissioners meeting we attended, we took Commissioner James's advice and we submitted our application for charitable funding for nonprofit organizations. So we want to say thank you that she showed us how to do it and get that application in a timely fashion. So I'm here today to update you on Lighthouse for Students and what we've been doing during the COVID virus. We've fed and delivered approximately 850 drive-by hot meals, 500 kids meals, and approximately 200 boxes of fresh produce, which have been donated by the Church Alliance of Dania Beach, courtesy of Bishop Scott and other pastors who've helped us to distribute much needed resources out there. The other part is due to the virus, we had to switch to virtual tutoring to assist students who, due to the virus, schools shut down and they needed help. And so we had our mentors just switch to virtual tutoring. We found that that was very successful, although there are some problems, but we're here for solutions, but some internet problems that we can resolve as a program. We had about 5 students who had 5 Fs or more during this third quarter, right up through the fourth quarter. We brought them through. And so parents are happy, we're happy. And we find that kids, when their grades go up, someone is sitting there helping them, this improves everything. In fact, 2 of these kids got their phones back, which they hadn't had for like 6 months. I know that was a blessing for them. But we continue on this journey. And it's not just us. I know that there are others out there doing the same. But because of our efforts, we again have won Community Mentoring Program of the Year by the Board of Education for our work at Pines Middle in the year 2020. So we're here today to say, I'm hoping you can understand what our mission is, what we stand for, and what can we do together? How can we support you and what you're doing? We looked at, the families we're supporting, and we're kind of like, there are other children who need help. And we're here and we have a program that works. My time is running. I have to say, as we go through this process, transparency for our program is critical. We put our seniors and the students ahead of our own organizational needs. We don't take a salary. The bulk of our money and resources go towards helping the community and those families that are in need. I know each of you has a heart for students and seniors and others in the community. We're just trying to find out how we can link our organization with yours, how we can. For time's sake, I'm going to just skip right to what our vision is. Our vision with this program going forward is to see a third grader all the way through elementary school to middle school and eventually walk them through high school, to see them graduate, to see them get into 1 or 2 years of college, tech school, or job. We're creating a life on life, sowing one seed at a time, creating tomorrow's forest. So we just say thank you for all you're doing. And we're hoping that we can find a little time. You guys are quite busy, but we'd like to find a way how we can help you. Thank you. Anybody got any questions?
Commissioner James?
Yes. Hey, Brother Mac, and I just want to thank you for all of the work that you are doing in our community. I wanted to see if possible, if you could get with Eric Brown, who may have a list of children that you may be able to help. I know you said that you are looking to see how could you link maybe with our with the programs that we have. And I know through Parks and Recreation there may be a relationship that can be formed and programs that may be able to be implemented or enhanced or maybe they can just give you some, even up the summer campers, or maybe they can have you as a resource when people are looking for things for their kids to do, that because we don't have summer camp, because summer camp is not going to be available in a lot of cities. So I'm going to have our parks director get your information and contact you to see how we can link. But you're doing amazing things in our community, and we definitely need more like you. And so keep up the good work, and thank you.
Thank you.
Brother Mac, just give me a call. We exchange information already, Commissioner. Thank you for that. And we'll continue to work together. Brother Mac, just give me a call.
All right.
Commissioner Brandemart?
Yeah. Brother Mac, you've been doing a lot for the children. I came over there one day to spend time with them in their classroom. I believe we had 9 students in there, and it was just at a time that they were doing like a charade. So I thought I'd be smart, but I failed that test because one of the youngsters got up there and he had to be a pencil, and I couldn't think of anything that looks like a pencil for him to give the hint out there, but to stand straight up like a soldier. But it was interesting. But most of all, I want to thank you for what you've been doing every Tuesday and every Thursday. And that is you're feeding seniors and people that can't drive to get out of their house. We have people from the senior club that can drive that come there, pick it up, and bring it to them. And that's all because of you. And I thank you for that. And I love coming there and spending time with your children there.
Well, we're thankful, and hopefully once the pandemic passes by, because Parks Department, we've had to cancel all of our on-campus meetings because of the spike. No one got sick, but for the sake of safety, we feel that it was just best that we cancel, and we're waiting for the chancellor from the school to give us some direction on what we're going to be doing next year. And I am sure, based on what I've heard so far, that programs like ours are going to be paramount in helping these kids get through this next school year.
Brother Mac, I got to tell you something else. I was really taken when I asked you who that lady was in the kitchen that was putting food together. And you said that you give her some money and she comes in there and helps out. And I believe you're putting it out of your own pocket. And I wouldn't believe you if you told me no.
Well, that's true.
I see it. She does it with love.
We're trying to be transparent, but we're like on live TV now. But I want to say thank you. My 3 minutes is up, and I don't want to get kicked to the curb, but I do.
Go.
I'll be in touch, Commissioner.
Thank you.
All right.
Next is Erica Patton.
Hi, can you hear me?
Ken, please state your name and your address, and again, trying to watch the clock on this one. So
Oh, no worries. It says I cannot start my video because the host has stopped it.
Oh, not me.
Oh, all right, there we go. Thank you, host. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor Odman, and esteemed commissioners. My name is Erica Patton. I have a condo in Dania South, and I'm also with the Fantasy Foundation. And I'd like to say it's wonderful that today's meeting is addressed approvals for summer events. I had a question. I would like to briefly address the city's plans to move forward with outdoor events scheduled or proposed to occur in the fall, specifically events that would directly benefit the city by reigniting travel and tourism to the area and providing positive economic relief to Dania Beach businesses and hotels in the wake of the financial losses incurred during the months of COVID-19 shutdowns. As things stand now, does the mayor, city manager, or commission foresee any obstacles with regards to moving forward with fall events that have submitted their forms, including the application and proposal submission process for fall events? And what might they be?
Our goal is always to be prepared and proactive and have a game plan. Like, for example, like we were ready to go with summer camp. And then all of a sudden we start seeing the spike in numbers.
Right.
So our number one goal is always the safety of our citizens. So we're excited about the possibilities and what could possibly move forward in the fall.
Mhm.
But at the end of the day, we're going to continue to look at the numbers, best practices, and making those decisions based on the data and the information that we have.
Thank you, City Manager Garcia. With regards to that, would you possibly consider the addition of health and safety criteria as an addendum to the application process, either by the event producer, or would the city have an addendum within the event application? Do you see that being something that the event promoter or producer would bring to the table themselves, or something that you would require?
I think it could be a hybrid and a combination. I would love to sit down with you and
I like that word hybrid too.
More of the specifics. Look, this is the time that we've had to really think outside the box. We've had to, shift gears, prioritize certain things. So I would love to sit down with you, with your promoter, as well as the key folks in my team that approve all these applications via the process, and see how we could work together to envision what we could do, taking into consideration the challenges that we're facing.
Great, wonderful.
Commissioner James.
I'll definitely follow up with you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi, Erica. What events are you specifically speaking of?
Just, events that are of a larger scale, outdoors, involving Parks and Rec, that would, possibly, if the event was large enough to require city services like such as wastewater, traffic mitigation, would 4 months, or 5 months be enough time? I know that we're in such a situation right now with COVID-19, and we don't know if there's going to be another spike. But yeah, I'm just kind of seeing where things are going as far as approvals. Yeah, but I could definitely, join you in an email with City Manager Garcia.
Okay, no, I was just asking, were you asking the questions if we are moving forward with events? Because the only events we really have on a recurring basis are like Staying After Dark, which has been suspended, in Art in the Hall, and more major events like Art and Seafood Festival, which we also didn't have this year. So I didn't know were you speaking of joining one of those events, or were you speaking of you producing your own?
Like if someone had a special events application that they put in like prior to COVID-19, and it was for how are things looking for approval for fall events as things stand now? And City Manager Garcia explained it very well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have a pending event that you're looking at? Is that the issue?
I don't have a pending event, no. But we do have an application with you guys.
So there is something that's out there that's pending.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm sure if you talk to the city manager offline, I'm sure that they can talk to you in more detail. I think we have to look at these things on a case by case basis and kind of look at the way that things are going over time and just watching what's happening out there. So.
Correct. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Commissioner Bernamart, did you have a question?
Has canceled all their events to the end of the year, so I can't see entertaining anybody else's events. And let me tell you something, the biggest event is my club. And when we can bring large crowds, that will take priority over everything. I will go after it like crazy.
Okay.
Just so we know where we're at, I have 258 people. And when we can do large crowds, believe me, we'll be opening the community center so that I can bring my members back there before anything else.
Thank you. All right, next is public safety reports. Chief Mark, I saw you earlier.
Where is he?
We there?
Yes, start, but we can see you.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Thursday, 6/11, there was a march and protest. The protest began at 4 p.m. at C.W. Thomas Park. We called in additional resources from South Broward, City, Weston, Port Everglades, and the airport, as well as additional Dania deputies. This gave us enough personnel to ensure the safety of all protesters. The protest in March was peaceful and lasted approximately 2 hours. Last week, or about a week and a half ago, we handled a subject who was arguing with his aunt. All day long, they were arguing. He locked himself in the bathroom, and shortly thereafter, a fire started.
Oh.
Chief Pelliser and his crew extinguished the fire, and they found the subject deceased in the back area of the apartment. It's still under investigation, and as we get more information that we can release, I'll be sure to pass it on. Another call we had about a week and a half ago, around the same time, we had a violent domestic call where a female subject stabbed the father of her child. So we arrested her, and then as soon as she got out of jail, the child was at the guardian's house. The same subject, the suspect that we had arrested, as soon as she got out of jail, she went back and broke into the house where her daughter was and battered 2 adult victims.
Wow.
And forcefully removed her biological 6-month-old daughter, and then fled after making some suicidal comments. We established a command post immediately, set up a perimeter, and had the helicopter and our bloodhound respond. We located the subject a little while after at the Home 2 Suites in Dania, and she was taken into custody without incident. With all the COVID, it's given us a lot of time to plan like a bigger and better fishing excursion this year when we're allowed to gather again. And I was speaking with the city manager the other day, and we thought about once the schools reopen, we'll start assigning a deputy or two to our schools aftercare programs, and they'll be able to help some of the students with homework and play sports with them, with the common goal of building relationships and trust. And we both thought that was a great idea and great opportunity to get involved with the youth on another level. That completes my reports, unless you have any questions.
Commissioner James?
Yes, thank you, Chief. The incident where you all found the baby, I think it was in a lake, and the baby was like unresponsive. And do you remember that, the infant that you all found?
Yes, the one in the estate.
Yes. Do you have an update on the baby?
Do I have a what?
An update on the child.
We've had a couple drownings and near drownings. I can maybe call you up.
This one was I think the baby was 1 maybe. And she wasn't doing very well after you all discovered it in a lake. I think she had been under the water for quite some time. It was a Jewish community, but I know the baby was unresponsive, but I did speak to her mom. Her mom called, and the baby had went from being in coma to she's well. She had all her motor skills back, and it's just a huge story. And I just wanted to share with the commission and yourself, along with the fire chief, who all responded, that the baby is doing much better. Went from grave position to her mother is ecstatic of what had happened. I think she was a baby of a rabbi up there at one of the synagogues.
I vaguely remember that. I do remember that. I can pull the report tomorrow and get it to you and get an update.
Thank you.
Commissioner Harris?
Hey, Chief, thanks for the report. Can you tell me where we are with the COPS program and the re-implementation of some of our favorite COPS people like Les and some of the others? Are they on permanent furlough, or do we know when that program is going to come back?
We don't really know right now, just due to the COVID, and we don't want to put anybody that doesn't need to be at risk of getting it. But yes, we definitely miss them and need to get them back.
Okay, thank you. Keep us informed.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chief.
Thanks.
We have our fire chief.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, and our fine citizens of Dania Beach. Again, I want to just say that we continue to keep ourselves safe so we can keep you safe. We've been busy. We have had 2 fires over the last couple of weeks. The first fire Chief Mark spoke about. We were able to get to that fire and keep the fire to the one department that was involved, and all our crews operated safely during that fire. We had 5 days later, we had a big boat fire at Harbor Town. And again, our crews did really good because they were able to keep the fire to the boat that where it originated. Usually boat fires can be a little bit dangerous because they're all the boats are together. So luckily they were able to put a stop to that. It was a 60-foot vessel and they were able to take care of it right away. Again, we've been blessed that I've been able to get more free PPE for our city and the staff in the city. Tomorrow I'll pick up 6 more new thermometers and I delivered 250 more face masks to Linda. So like I said, we've been very fortunate and our people are out there working hard. I'd like to thank you for your leadership, and do you have any questions?
I don't see, oh wait, Commissioner Harris.
Hi, Sergio. Captain Sergio. Do you have an update for the missing firefighter in Palm Beach County? Have we heard anything about it?
Unfortunately, he passed away. So
oh, I have not heard that. I'm very sorry.
So they did find him. Like I told you, you know, I went through Fire Academy with him, and it's a great loss to our fire service. And I can only pray for him and his family.
Sorry to hear that. With that, thank you very much, Chief.
You're welcome.
Next is consent agenda. Do we have any polls?
7.7.
Any others?
I make a motion to approve the
Oh,
consent
wait.
agenda.
I'm sorry, Commissioner. I'm sorry. City Attorney has to pull one.
Yep.
I'm sorry. Go
When
ahead.
you're ready.
Go ahead. Which one?
I'll do the ordinance now, if that's all right.
7.12. Yeah.
7 point what?
12.
712?
Can't hear you.
12.
12, 1, 2?
Yes. Ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Dania Beach, Florida, repealing ordinance number 293 dated October 30, 1952, relating to the rules and regulations for city-owned cemeteries, and ordinance 102 dated August 24, 1976, relating to an obsolete fee schedule, as well as rules for installation and display of markers for city cemeteries, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, further providing for an effective date. First reading of that ordinance.
All right. I would like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of 7.7.
Mayor, the motion also needs to include to add an addenda item number 7.13 and number 10.4.
Well, 10.4 is separate.
Well, there are 2 items being added to the agendas. Okay, you're right. Not to the consent. Okay.
Okay,
Gotcha.
okay, consent agenda. Okay,
So is
so
it 7.7 for the motion?
so we're adding 7.13
And
motion, and then the exception is 7.7.
correct.
Yep, that's my motion.
And I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, passes. Go ahead, City Attorney, 7.7.
7.7 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Dania Beach, Florida, authorizing the expenditure of funds by the Human Resources and Community Development Department for services to be purchased from Prestige Maintenance and Contracting, Inc. to fabricate, deliver, and install wellness barriers for the Code Compliance Division, as well as for the purchase of Tempur-Sure cameras to help prevent the spread of COVID-19 for fiscal year 2019-2020, ending September 30, 2020, which may exceed an annual single vendor total amount of $25,000. Authorizing funding for the wellness barriers to be made from the Emergency Disaster Reserve accounts appropriated to the Human Resources account, and the protected door purchase to be appropriated from the Code Compliance account, providing conflicts, further providing for an effective date sponsored by Human Resources.
Thank you so much. So I had a few questions regarding what we're ordering. Who's the best person to speak with my questions?
Vice Mayor, we have the HR director, but we also have the vendor, I believe, has joined us.
Okay, I'll speak with Linda.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so first, can you explain to me the glass? How is that going to? Where is that specifically going to be set up?
So what we did with the vendor with Prestige is we walked through each and every area from the commission chambers, city hall, public services, parks, even the trailer and community development. And what we did is we looked and we walked through with the directors and looked at where employees would be seated and where employees needed to be seated that there was not sufficient social distancing. And in those cases where we couldn't do that, or even where there was enough opportunity for employees that would even pass, that what we did with the vendors, we measured the areas so that we have custom fitting designs for this acrylic safety barriers so that we would have additional protection. The protection is really recommendation also from starting with the fire chief, and it's something that the company has several different companies that they're working with right now. And so it will be a little bit different in each department depending on the needs and the walkthrough that we found in that area.
Sure. For the commission chambers, I'm sorry, I should have asked specifically for the commission chambers, is it going to be located in front of us or between us?
It's right now, the way we've designed it is in between you. So on the side of you, not in
okay. That's what I thought. So my question with that was, I wasn't sure what purpose that serves. So commissioners sitting next to each other, generally we don't talk to one another. You know, we're legally, we're not supposed to be talking to each other. So it would be very rarely I would necessarily turn to my left. Gosh, it's been so long, I forget who's to my left. Oh, Commissioner Brandemarty would be turning to physically talk to her. So there's that. I'm thinking more, the concern is before the meetings, residents like to come up, or people who are maybe presenting like to come up to the commissioners and exchange pleasantries, say hello, give you their 2 cents on something. So I don't know that it would, and not that I necessarily want plexiglass between ourselves and the seated audience, but I'm not sure what it will do to have it in between us. So I don't know if
I can try to answer that, and also I can ask Cody to chime in, and also Chief Pellicer, because we actually all did this walkthrough together. But the thought at the time was, even if you sneeze, even if you cough, you're sitting less than 6 feet between each other. And we did measure where the podium is up to the dais, and it was at least 6 feet. So we didn't see that at that time as really needing something in front of you. If we could even make sure, when we open up the chamber again, that we maintain that 6 foot distance in front of you. But the thought at the time in between you was really just because it was less than 6 feet. And in case that there was any contact there, in terms of sneezing, coughing, talking, if you are turning your head to talk. And we were really looking at areas where it's not possible to sit less than 6 feet apart, which was the case there. And I can ask the vendor or the Chief Pellicer to also add in if they have anything additional.
No, I understand. They're doing it because of the 6 feet apart. Just, I mean, I guess maybe it would depend on the opinion of my colleagues if they agreed that generally we don't turn to one another and speak. My second question would be regarding the temperature cameras. So we had a call yesterday with Dr. Thatchy was on the call, and I asked her about what is the what is the demonstrable, decrease in cases that they've seen after implementing this kind of screening, or what were the benefits that they found of doing that? Well, she said that there weren't any that she knew of. There, for their thermography, they do at the Department of Health, they do just the temperature screening that we had. Or I don't know if we actually have implemented that downstairs with Ken, but what most of the businesses I've seen have put in. So what is the benefit of putting in this large body scanner?
Well, it's really not a large body scanner. It is actually a camera that reads, that is standing on a podium. So when someone enters in, they would actually walk up to it. And there's some really great videos that we watched of different businesses that were utilizing this. And it does a couple of things. One, it has a high level of accuracy. This is not, a little thermometer like you would buy in a store. The other part of it is it does screen for temperature, but it also screens for a mask. It doesn't require that someone stands and holds a thermometer, which would be either the responsibility of different managers or security or whoever that's worked out, because it right now, from the statistics that I've seen, that 50, and this I'm sure more than I do in your line of work, but that I was still under the impression that 50% of people who are positive for COVID-19 are showing some signs of temperature. So in all of the different cities that we surveyed, there is some form for most of them where they're doing some type of temperature screening. This also allows it doesn't require the guard or the manager to be within 6 feet distance, because it is freestanding. And then what the camera does is actually talk. It speaks and says it says what the cameras also have the capability to actually to a door, which was not something we were now. But it will screen for the mask. It'll screen for the temperature. It's extremely accurate. It doesn't require that someone is within 6 feet. And it's for the guard that is sitting there at the entrance, and also for public services, the person monitoring this would be able to know whether the person does have a temperature, is wearing a mask, without having to be right in front of them.
We do have Ken there, correct? I mean, Ken's not being moved from his post where he is.
Correct. And so what he would be doing, rather than holding, a handheld thermometer up to someone, which is not as accurate, not nearly as accurate as what this does, he would not, in that case, he would be within 6 feet of someone. So from all different aspects, that's what it is. And the idea, again, was whether the managers were having to screen their employees and Ken was screening visitors. This is a one area for the thermometers and the cameras to be set up at the entrance to City Hall and public services in the safest way possible to avoid any close contact and still maintain social distancing.
Sure. So because the thermometers, which is what the Department of Health and most of the other businesses in the city are using, about how much do those run? Because I know we purchased them recently.
Yeah.
The contactless thermometers.
You're talking about the little handheld thermometers?
The contactless ones, yeah.
Yeah. I would have to check exactly what we paid for those. And the chief might know also, because he was helping us with those. And we did distribute those to some of the departments. We looked at and I asked the vendor on the temperature cameras to also look at what the different competitor pricings were with this type of a camera, which again is more than just a thermometer reading. And we're actually, the price that we were given was below their MSRP pricing. But the other for similar type cameras, which some of them require annualized subscriptions and have, they're all actually much more expensive than being priced.
So the thermometers, would you say they probably run under $100?
I don't remember what exactly the price was. Chief Pellicer might be able to help out with what they cost.
Okay. And then how much is the, because I think I asked you and I remember it was a number under 100. Sergio, are you still on the line anywhere? All right, well, maybe someone will, if they come up with the number, but I recall it being under 100. And then how much are the temperature cameras?
Our price for the temperature cameras are $2,649 and $303 for the tripod for each of the 2 cameras.
29. So okay, so just under 3,000. And then did we order 1 or 2 of those?
Their proposal is to have 2, one for City Hall and one for public services, where we have the traffic.
Okay, and then do we have a plan for them as to, I mean, what are we going to do with them in, you know, I'm hoping a year or 18 months when we're no longer doing this kind of screening? Would we be moving them somewhere, or are we just not going to be using them anymore? Or is there a sellback?
I guess that depends on what happens with, you know, with COVID-19 and how long this goes on, which is I think that's it's a hard question to answer.
Sure.
Even if there were to be a vaccine, I don't know that this would go away anytime soon. And unless, something changes where temperature is, doesn't become an important factor, I would see that this would be of use for an extended period of time.
Okay, Chief Pellicer, I see that you're on the line now. Can you give me just a price for the thermometers, just for the contactless thermometers that you had ordered?
The no contact thermometers are $110 each. That's what I got them for. I was able to get 5 of them to the city, and I already gave them to Parks and Recs. They have them on hand.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just able to secure 6 more free ones from our the EOC, the Emergency Operations Center in Broward County.
Awesome, you get some good bargains. I like that. So listen, I'm obviously very invested, as is the rest of the commission, in protecting our residents from spreading COVID and doing what we can to screen them out. I'm also, though, I'm very against this kind of safety theater where sometimes things are in place, and while they may do some good, it may not justify the cost or anything like that. And when I asked Dr. Thatchy, it seemed, she was very comfortable with at the Department of Health. I mean, they use the contactless thermometers. I just don't know if that's good enough for the Department of Health. Is that, maybe not good enough for us? I understand the barriers in between. We're sitting close together. People may sneeze. I mean, that I suppose makes sense. I'm just not sure about those the cameras. I don't know if anyone has any thoughts on them.
If I could ask the vendors on the line with us, in case there were any more technical questions, he might be able to add some more information for us.
Yeah, go to Commissioner James. You guys are hand up.
Yes, thank you. I have a few questions of my own regarding this. I want to know with the scanners, if we're only going to have 2, what are we going to do with Parks and Recreation? Number one, because they are probably around a lot of our youth and our civilians on the outside and our residents. So is there a plan to have one centralized where maybe, I think they would have to be tested more often than anyone else, because depending on if they're coming into contact with, kids often, in and out of basketball courts, in and out of, swimming pools or what have you. So I don't know what the plan is for there. I know that the plan is to have the camera, so you don't have to have contact, or you don't need a person there, but someone will have to be there in case the temperature is off, correct? Or somebody's going to have to monitor the monitor, I guess is what I'm saying, to ensure that if the scanner comes back at a certain temperature, how are we ensuring that that person is going to get tested or getting taken care of? So I think, we have to look at maybe a staff person being there. I don't know if that's an added cost, but I wanted to know, what is the price? It says it's going to exceed $25,000 by how much?
So
And I don't
they,
know who can-
yeah, so let me try to answer all of the questions that you asked. So we do have, as the chief pointed out, some handheld thermometers also that we have throughout all of the different apartments. But where we found we had the highest traffic and it did not require any additional staff required was at Public Services and also at City Hall, because we do have the security guard that sits at City Hall, and the camera actually has a voice. It speaks, and it will say whether the person can enter or not enter based on what their temperature is and having a mask. The same thing at Public Services. It would not require to hire another person because we have someone there. Now, it doesn't mean that we couldn't purchase a thermometer for Parks and Recreation, but they are expensive, and so we are trying to put them in places where it makes the most sense, where we have the most traffic, where we can limit and maintain social distancing where we need to, where people are continually coming in and out of either Public Services or City Hall. So this is the benefit of having those. But in all of the areas, especially in some of the areas in parks where they may be testing throughout the day, we do have the thermometers that we've already distributed. I believe Eric has 5 or 6 different thermometers that he has in parks right now.
And Linda,
okay,
I
I understand that. Oh, hi, Cody. Go ahead.
How you doing, Commissioner James? So as Linda was, as you guys were discussing about having additional staff members or people to monitor it, you do have the staff member at the front desk. You don't have to be close enough to hear it or see it. They can actually log in from a computer, any web browser that with your guys' username and password, and they would be able to monitor it from a distance. I think at Park Services, there was a window that some people that sat towards the front were actually behind. So somebody in that office would be able to monitor it from their computer, or the guy at the front desk of City Hall would also be able to. In terms of long-term use, there is an additional feature that you can enable. It goes through your access control system. I'm not sure who your IT department, who handles that. They can also use it to recognize employee IDs. So based off of your face, if you walk up, it can scan you for your temperature. It can scan you for a mask. And if you enabled the feature to work with your access control system, it can pretty much replace your swipe card or be used in conjunction with a swipe card to open city doors and whatever access that you guys are put into the system on that level.
How much over the $25,000? What is the total cost for this? I didn't
Here, I can get you that. The total. Go ahead, Cody.
But I'm just pulling it up right now. So for each camera is $2,649, and you have 2, so that would put you at $5,298. And then for the 2 stands that we were looking at, these are the floor stands that are freestanding. They are $303.75 each, so that would be $607.50 for the stands.
The total price with the wellness barriers for all of the city departments and the cameras and the door that's requested for code compliance is $30,227.63. So, we're $5,227.63 over the $25,000.
Okay, I don't know how much it costs for all the plexiglass or the measures you all are considering for the chambers, but if it's something that we're going to have to utilize as commissioners, I want to be able to have that discussion and make that decision amongst my colleagues, because as you already see, the vice mayor, and I agree with her, with the plexiglass in between us and how effective that really is. If there's a way to cut costs, if that's not a wish that we want to do, I think that, that's something that we need to discuss, and maybe it doesn't cost the city so much money. I don't even know if I know how effective this program is with the type of city and how we're running things. That's my comment.
For the chambers, the cost for the chamber is $2,660. But when we were doing our walkthrough, there were different employees present and throughout our different walkthrough, which took place over the course of several days. And I can tell you from and Chief Pellicer can probably also help with this, but from the employee standpoint that watching us walk through and asking the questions, the impression that we had from many employees was that this was really a very important safeguard for them to have some other type of protection other than simply wearing a mask. And there are a lot of seatings and cubicles throughout City Hall, throughout public services, where employees are in very close contact. The same thing within some of our parks, where our employees are gonna be interacting with the public. So it really is a safeguard. I think the strong impression from employees, they were very grateful and thankful that we were looking out for their safety and trying to find another measure, any measure that would make sense to help ensure their safety while they're at work. So I think
we could do as much. We could do as much or as little. I think it's fair for you all to decide. I know the vice mayor said that maybe if not on the side, on the front. So this is just a menu, and you don't even have to decide today. We'll follow your direction in regards to what you would want, and certainly we'll move forward with your directive.
The camera was the only thing I had concerns about, really, but I guess there's other hands raised.
My last question is, could you guys tell me about the ventilation system that's been looked at?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
The ventilation system. Are we looking at a ventilation system?
You mean our HVACs and our AC systems and things like that and our ducts? Is our public services director on or Candido, so we can answer Commissioner James's question?
I'm on, manager, but I'm not fully understanding the question. If you could maybe clarify a little bit, what about the air system?
I think there's some.
Are we looking at a ventilation system? I'm pretty sure we've looked at a ventilation system. I was just trying to see if it's going to be tied in to the COVID, like our ventilation system within City Hall. I know we've had issues with mold. I know we've had issues upstairs with our AC and things of that nature. And I know we were looking into the ventilation system. I was just asking, did that have anything to do with the things that we are going to be purchasing?
Good evening, Fernando Rodriguez, Public Services Director. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. Currently, there are no plans to alter the filtration component of our HVAC or our ventilation system City Hall wide. I have seen nothing currently from my peers and colleagues in other cities, or any kind of discussion as far as having a system change within the air conditioning systems of buildings that would perhaps, let's say, modify the filtration system or enhance it in some way. And as far as tying it into particular technologies that are being discussed this evening, I am not aware of any link or any kind of synergy that can be achieved. I can look into that. Yes.
I was asking our guests, is there, does the ventilation system have anything to do with the technology and the results? Is it going to alter the results or affect the results with the ventilation system? Has it been checked in, with the new system that we're discussing right now, the thermometer?
It has no relation. Our ventilation system, currently, we are actually enhancing it almost. We've installed several new units in City Hall and in other buildings over the past year. But again, the key would be, if we're talking about the COVID impact or any impact on any kind of virus or any kind of, you mentioned mold earlier, Commissioner, there'll be a filtration system type of an enhancement. And to my knowledge, there are no plans for that.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Brennemark.
With just the glass, with a glass between me and the vice mayor. She made a very good point. We don't turn and talk to each other. You have to protect us from the public. That's what you got to do. You need to put the glass in front How many meetings have I seen people come up, especially builders, to talk to Bill, to Commissioner Harris, and he'll answer their question, you know, just nonchalantly, whatever it's about. And the same with any of us. I have seniors coming up to me, Father Mac, what's his name, Mac? He always comes up. These people haven't seen us in months. And if you think they're not going to be standing on this side of the podium, you got it all wrong. I'm not afraid of being seated between Commissioner Harris and Vice Mayor Odman. I'm afraid of the people in front of me. And when the schools bring in children to take photos with us, that glass in the front of all of us, or whatever it is, plexi, that's the protection we need, not between each other. And if you're going to just put it between each other, I will put in writing that I want the glass in front of me. That's it. That's the way I feel. You're not protecting me from nobody else. Protect me from who's coming in to the room.
And this is a good conversation, Commissioner and Vice
Thank
Mayor.
you.
So clearly, just like the team met with the employees from the trailer to every single department in Parks and Rec, now having this dialogue with you and you all bringing this to our attention, clearly we can shift rather than the dividers being between you to the dividers being in front of us. Because I have also had folks come up, they want to have that contact. And I think going forward, even post-COVID, it'll be good for colds, flus, that kind of thing.
And remember, we had said about it being like bulletproof. I don't laugh, because there have been commissioners that have actually used our police department sometimes in fear. And I'm telling you, that's what we should have, is the bulletproof, and you don't have to separate it. Find out the cost from, I guess, Cody or whoever it is, for a continuous one. One continuous one. But the children do come up. You have to admit that schools do bring children up there too. They could just as well be carriers and they be asymptomatic. And you know that, Vice Mayor. The children could be asymptomatic. And give it to me. I'm 83 years old. Are you kidding? When they come up with that partition across the whole dais, that's the answer. I'm not afraid of being with just two, Commissioner Harris and Odman. I'd still wear my mask. It doesn't matter.
Manager, if I may, I do want to add to what Commissioner Brandon Marty said. One of the items that was missing from our security assessment is a bulletproof plexiglass in the front. And I agree with the commissioner. If we are going to put a plexiglass or some kind of a shield in the front clear, it should be bulletproof, because that way we could check off the security assessment as far as having some security in the front and protect them from COVID-19 or any other germs or bacteria. So the commissioner does have a point that maybe we should do a little bit further research and kind of do a plexiglass that will prevent a bullet as well as germs or bacteria.
These are the times.
You know what I'm recommending at this moment? Let's just pull this item. Let's get more information and look at this more holistically. And then let's get that quote for bulletproof, shield all, in front of us. And we'll come back and we'll find out if we're going to use a different thermometer, will we have to designate a staff and really compare the cost and the investment and come full circle with you at the next meeting. I don't see us having a commission meeting live until at least that second meeting in August. So we'll come back with this item and we'll fine tune it and get you that information.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Tom, do we need to do anything with that item then? City Attorney? You're muted. Hold on. You're muted.
I'm withdrawing it. I'm withdrawing the item.
Okay. So you're withdrawing it, that's fine.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So no bids and requests for proposals, no public hearings. Discussion and possible action. The first one is proposed county charter amendment from me. Actually, this is kind of a moot point at this point. That was actually item number 13 that we just passed. Just basically to make everybody aware of what it is. Tom, I think described at the last meeting that we had, that this was basically a county charter amendment to have the county basically be able to use our city properties and basically kind of overrule home rule. And I wanted to see if we were going to be able to do a some sort of a resolution, which we have now, so it's sort of a moot point. But something to be aware of. The League of Cities, a number of people came out to speak against this item when it was on the this county commission agenda last week. And since it did pass and it's going to be on the ballot, I can guarantee you that the League of Cities is going to really be pushing hard to make sure people know about this and vote no on it. So I'm sure we'll see more about that. Next item is COVID-19 update from Vice Mayor Odman.
Thank you. I just wanted to give a quick update to all my colleagues and to any of the residents that are listening. This last week has been a busy week in terms of COVID news. We had done the walkthrough with the city manager. I think it was just at the end of last week.
Yes.
Or at the middle of the week, and it was the whole team. Eric Brown was there. We were talking about the camps. They were showing me the different places where, or if you've been upstairs, you've seen it here, the social distancing signs and the signage, and the city manager and the team really did a fantastic job with that. Everything Eric Brown told me that he had thought about and put into place with the camps were on point. But I think this just goes to show that you can do everything right, and still right now in Broward, it just may not be enough despite all your best efforts that you throw at it. But it was really well done. And I really felt like a lot of thought went into City Hall and to looking at how that's going to look like when it reopens. And even with these little discussions about, is it better to use the camera or the thermometer, where to put the glass? I think it's very thoughtful, and that's what it needs to be right now. The other day, I had the pleasure to sit in on the call with Mayor Holness and the hospital districts from Memorial, Broward Health, Tenet, and Cleveland Clinic. One of the big things we were talking about in terms of the numbers, and Commissioner Brandemarty, I know you said when we were saying the number 67, you heard it was much higher. My bet is you are probably right, that the number is higher. And that's why I'm so, the city manager must be so glad we finally have this testing, because she no longer has to hear me bother her about it. It was one of the first things that I asked for, and I probably didn't stop asking for 77 days, because I really believed it was so important that we get as many people tested as possible. I'm asking any of the commissioners who are willing to make a video, letting the residents know the dates, because the dates are sometimes a little strange. It's like it's Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Another week it's Tuesday. I want it in different languages. I wanted, every week I wanted to just keep hammering that message home. You can come, you can get tested at Dania Beach City Hall, at the garage. You don't, before you used to need an appointment or a referral or this or that. You don't need any of that anymore. You don't need any money anymore. You don't even need a car anymore. You can walk up. You're not going to spend 4 hours like you used to. Some of the other sites, I got tested out at CB Smith Park. It was an all-day affair. It's not like that anymore. All the residents that I spoke to said it was about a 15-minute deal. So it was very quick. And we're averaging about 120 is about the average per operational testing day. That's a good start, but I want to see 250 tests every operational day. So Commissioner Brandemarty, please tell your people over in Meadowbrook, let them know that the testing is happening. You don't have, even if you're not symptomatic, if you're not sure, you can be pre-symptomatic or you can be asymptomatic. It's still worth getting tested and getting your family tested, because when you know what your status is, it allows you to make some better choices about how you're going to proceed. And on this call with the hospital districts and Mayor Holness, one of the things we talked about was, what we can control. We can't control whether you like how it's being handled or not. We can't control what's coming from the White House. We can't really control what's coming from the governor's mansion, but we can control what we're doing here. And what we can do here is enforcement of those guidelines that when we first put into place, wearing the mask, making sure every business is adhering to it. At first, we were really tight on it because we were scared, we were nervous, but then the numbers went down. Maybe we went out a couple of times to the fish grill. It didn't feel as terrifying anymore. Well, now look, it's terrifying again. It's scary again. In 2 days, we went up 13.5%. The highest jump, I'm talking about Dania Beach, not Broward. 13.5%, that's the highest jump we ever had occurred this week. The latest numbers aren't in after the 67, but my guess is that they are going to keep trending upwards. I had made a little graph, and it demonstrates that things in the last 2 weeks are going up for Dania Beach quickly. So please keep that in mind. One of the other things we had talked about is, and I'm sure you've heard this in the news, that these are younger patients that they're starting to see. There's a lot of different speculation as to why it's the younger patients, but what really matters beyond this being pediatrics, those children come home to their parents or to their grandparents. And that's a big factor. So while the children aren't currently taking up ICU beds in any worrisome way, if they give it to the parents or to the grandparents, those are the people who are going to nudge that mortality rate back up, because it's not shooting back up yet. Admissions are going up. ICU beds are not going back up, but that's because we're talking about children who generally do better in this. But children have parents or grandparents or older caretakers. So that's really something to take away. The other thing that I thought I would just touch on, because I see it so much on social media, is about the mutation of the virus and somehow becoming weaker, less deadly. Maybe you've seen something about that on social media. It was Dr. Katz who talked a little bit about that. It's the COVID-19 virus has mutated about 18 times. That was the number they gave. And it doesn't mean that it's any less deadly or less virulent. It just means that it's getting better at staying around longer. So historically, there is a correlation between seeing it get a little bit weaker. But again, that's way too soon to tell. And at this point. But, don't think that because you're seeing anything about it mutating and getting weaker, that's anything that's correct. And about the herd immunity, that was the other thing that I've been seeing a lot about. Herd immunity, when you're at 70 to 80% of the people immune. Number one, there's the question of, you've seen some people who it's questionable if they got reinfected again. So is everybody truly immune? Second, and this was so disappointing to hear this was from Dr. Thatchy, up to 4 to 5 years of achieving herd immunity if there was not a vaccination. So I don't know about you, but I'm not holding my breath for herd immunity. So given all that, I had spoken to I said the most effective things I think we can do right now, as much as it broke my heart to do it, to give my recommendation about canceling the camp. I know that's a terrible burden upon parents, and it was not something I recommended quickly or lightly. Mean does not include Dania Beach, 2 zip codes. You know, but in good conscience, I just don't know how we could send our kids there, even though the camps were so small, even though the plan was doing everything right. I just don't know how we could do it. The second was we had consensus at our last meeting for the compliance hotline, which we maybe put on the back burner for a little bit, but getting that going again. I think it's important that residents have a number to call, and if they see a business that is not in compliance, to be able to let us know. The county's recommendation was originally using 311. The mayor and I, and those of you who are out west who are listening, know 311 does not work where we live. So I think the best course of action was to go with whatever, you know, we had talked about last time, and having a number that residents can consistently call. So beyond that, just staying vigilant and tighten your game back up, because, you know, now's the time for that. I see Commissioner Brandemarty has her hand up.
Yeah. In fact, I want to direct it right at you. Vice Mayor Ogden, I find the COVID virus to be really an amazing, amazing virus because of its ability to mutate. If one day it looks like a ball and they know a vaccine is coming to get it because it knows it looks like a ball, it can change itself to a chicken. He just can keep mutating and mutating. Every time he sees that one thing that's going to get him, which is a vaccine, he changes. And when you know, you have to be in a medical field, probably like both of us are, to realize that whoever made this, whoever mistakenly made this, was a genius. It was a genius. If they even ever find a vaccine for it, I will be shocked because of the mutation abilities of this COVID. It's amazing. I study it every single day and night, and I also have a graph, not only for the Florida state, but for all the states and the countries, like in Italy, where our family is from, and so many were lost. But it'll be a long time. So when you invest in these things for the commission that we were talking about earlier, you're investing in your life, number one, and you're investing in it for the long haul because of its ability to mutate so beautifully. I hate to use that word, but it is.
I'd like to add one thing also. I know we were talking about the numbers and whether or not they're accurate. The problem with the numbers is they come from the Department of Health, and what they do is they base it on zip code, and the only zip code that they include for Dania Beach is 33004.
Yeah,
they don't include 33312 or 33314.
You're right.
And those numbers actually get wrapped up into other cities. So we don't know the exact number. I'm certain that it's off. I don't know that it's off by hundreds.
Yes.
But we don't know. So
the annexation area is a different zip code, right, Mayor?
That's where both myself and the vice mayor live, and we both.
That's what I mean. And 33004 had 59. Right. But when you add in the other areas, if you check it, you will see that it's close to the number that I told you. I checked before I came here.
I don't know if it's that high. But it's I'm sure it's higher. But
I don't want to know that.
Yeah, but it's you know.
I would just like to add in, we are tracking 33312, 33314, and 33316 just to keep an eyeball on it. But yes, it is correct, because some people just text message me. We are just saying the number of 33004 because it would skew the numbers too much if we included the others. But we are keeping doing the daily tallies on those 3 other zip codes as well, in case one exploded.
Okay, thank you.
No other questions. Okay, next is police reform from Commissioner James.
Yes, thank you. About a week or so ago, I contacted the city manager to ask her to ask you all to bring in suggestions of what we can do locally here in Dania Beach to try and make changes, positive changes that will result in, you know, positive arrests and eradicate some of the issues that are going on with the police pensions in our communities. And I wanted to know, did anyone bring any suggestions?
As far as locally, I mean, I know I talked to the city manager about potentially doing something with our youth advisory board, that maybe there was something we could do between the youth advisory board and our police department. But otherwise, it's tricky, I think, locally, because we do have DSO, which is a countywide service. So there's contracts involved. But as far as, I mean, definitely programs, I'm sure there are things that we can do. But that was the one thing that I do recall that we did discuss somewhat was about dealing with the youth advisory board and the police and working out some sort of community liaison type of scenario. City manager, do you remember?
Anyone else?
Yes, Commissioner James, in that call that we had with Representative Jenny, that the mayor invited me to, based on your suggestions, I did a whole bunch of research and I submitted to Representative Jenny a list of things, including what took the life of Miss Brianna, which was a no-knock raid. Also, search and seizures. And we discussed everything from recruitment to mental health.
Did you send us that list?
And the mayor has a list. I know that we were talking about it today. And that's something that we could provide to everybody. And we can also get what the sheriff already has changed since he has taken over. I don't have the list. Mayor, do you have the list of everything that we turned in?
I just have my handwritten notes, which is what I was reading from earlier when I did my presentation.
Okay. We can get that from
I'm just talking about for the discussion here for this item right here, like what we're doing in Dania Beach. So I didn't know if that was a list that I was just thinking if the vice mayor or the other commissioners had anything to add.
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead, Commissioner Brandemark.
Yes, the mayor hit the nail on the head when she brought up a civilian review board. My suggestion is that they take 2 people from each of the communities around to represent their community on a civilian review board, because then you know everything will be above board. In other words, 2 from Dania, 2 from there, and make it up of everyday people and let them review how a situation was handled. That's a good answer, I'm telling you. It works. Okay. It worked in Virginia and it'll work here. Because you know why? They're going to worry about the fact that nobody has control over anybody on that board. Why? There are 2 members on that board from each of every community.
Vice Mayor?
I thought we were going to have some kind of workshop about it. Was that
you're right.
Well, that wasn't my conversation with the city manager. I told her that I was going to put this item on the agenda, and I wanted her to let you all know so you all can have suggestions when the item came.
I never got any email, so I didn't know that I was supposed to bring anything to the table tonight. I didn't know anything about your item.
Me either.
Wow.
I sent an email to Commissioner James. I sent an email to everyone that I prefaced that email letting everybody know that I had spoken to you and for them to submit any suggestions in regards to this. That was before you put in the item, but I did send an email about our conversation and police reform.
Okay, then I apologize. I mean, I must have just missed that. I did not.
I missed it too.
I'll resend it.
Okay, well, I'll bring it back. I'll bring it back with something for us to vote on. at
Okay.
next commission meeting, and if it needs to be amended to things that you all want to include, I am definitely open to that. But I think right now is a time that we can positively make certain changes within our police department and in our communities. And so I'm not gonna wait. I wanted to be able to include everything, but now since you all know, I'm gonna bring an item back. I'll work with City Manager and Captain Mark to bring an item back, so we can then vote on it or take away or add something to it.
And it's you, Commissioner James, you just want ideas for Dania Beach and for things to do in our city with.
Your phone's breaking up. I can't hardly hear you.
You want it just for in Dania Beach, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I know that our hands are kind of tied with other agencies
Yeah.
and how they're running it, but I also know that we have a contract with BSO. We are contract holders, so we can make certain changes. But I don't know what all we can make, but I just wanted to have an idea of what you all thought about policing in Dania Beach and how it could be different and things that we want changed, certain flaws that need to be changed and replaced. I didn't want to use the term defunding because people have taken that and kind of used it in a negative connotation which I wasn't coming to say we don't need a police force. We definitely need our servicemen, but we definitely need to pay attention to the policies and the procedures and to change certain things that aren't working in our best interest.
Okay.
So, wait,
Well-
Commissioner Harris, did you have anything to add to the list?
No, I was going to say that, when we come up with our individual list, that we can submit it to the county and have one big comprehensive list for things that we can and cannot do, and then compare that list with what they're doing at a national level or a state level, because it's being talked about everywhere you go. So yeah, we
No,
can
but do
absolutely
you
come up
have
with
any
a list.
suggestions on what can change?
At this moment, I mean, I would agree with Commissioner Brandon Marte on, Community Advisory Board and what is acceptable and not acceptable through our active policing that we currently have. So, go ahead, Chicky.
Yeah, we need guidance on making this rules up. None of us are qualified to do that. There might be something even stronger we can do that we don't know about. That's why I'd rather wait for this, for whatever the mayor's going to find out from Sheriff Tony regarding a civilian review board. I'm not just going to go out there and willy-nilly make up a rule. I want some guidance on how far we can go, Commissioner James.
Yes, that's why I said I was going to work with city manager as well as Captain Mark.
Well, I didn't
I
know.
know that other cities have not just waited to see what legislation was going to do in the state and capital. Like they're doing that too, but as they're doing that, they're making their own rules within their cities as well. So there are a number of cities that have already made a lot of decisions, and I'm not saying that they're ill-advised. I'm saying that I'm going to have the necessary conversations to be able, so we'll know what we're allowed to do and what we're not allowed to do.
See, that's my problem. I don't want to be ill-advised. That's why I'd rather wait for Sheriff Tony to come out with what his ideas are, because they work, because it's everyday people like you and me that are on those boards, and that's what's needed. That's where the unfairness comes in.
As far as the boards, we can wait. We can say this is what we want to do or going to do, but we don't have the specifics on them. But I was speaking more so of the no-knock raids, not just commanding or having to say a command when you pull out your service weapon, but giving the suspect a feasible amount of time to even comply. I know with Tamir Rice, they pulled up on Tamir Rice in less than 2 seconds. They said something was firing a gun in the next second. So there are a lot of different policy changes that can help. I know that a lot of cities have the ban on the chokehold.
Oh, yeah.
But there are also conversations of any type of restraint that will restrict your airway. So what I'm saying, there's more than just a chokehold. You have the knees to the neck. Anything that is pressing on the carotid or restricting that airway.
I'm not qualified to do that. I want direction on what
we all want direction. We're gonna still have direction, but we're gonna give them our opinions and have them guide us to how to get it done.
So we need to meet with authority. That's what we need to
That's
meet
what I'm
with.
going to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can do that. I mean, we can, come up with our comprehensive list and get through the League of Cities as well on their initiatives that they're having. So, I mean, everyone pushing for this will be able to get what we want. I mean, a good legislative action that can be put into place.
What I'll also do is I do have I have an email from the sheriff's office that gave me the list of things that they're already doing, including their 8 Can't Wait. I'll get that to the city manager so she can distribute it. And then the other list of items that has the I don't know if it's just notes that I have, but the list from the sheriff's office is pretty comprehensive, and it kind of some of the things you're talking about are already in place. They're already on that list.
But that'll be good for when Commissioner James brings it back up. We can add to it. I think that would be great, Commissioner James. When you bring it back up and we already saw this list, then we can add to it. That's the way I look at it.
Through the mayor, I'd like to add one of the discussions that I had with Commissioner James was also investing in, for example, police athletic leagues and have our police officers actually engaging and interacting and coaching. And I believe that's something that I discussed with Representative Jennings. I'm going to go back, Commissioner James, to my notes from that meeting and then add anything that you all want to add to that list.
PAL is so expensive, it was denied by previous commissions. PAL is too expensive. You won't follow through with it. You won't.
I spoke to the city manager about it because when she suggested that, I told her that was the first thing that I suggested when I was elected, and it was around $300,000. It was around a crazy number. I
No,
think that
it's too much money.
But the city manager says she's able to do something different with it. So I'm always open to seeing a suggestion if it's going to be feasible for us.
Yeah, I think we can look through DJJ for funding. I was able to do it back in the city of South Miami, and I was discussing this with Commissioner James when I was the Parks and Recreation Director. I think that, if we don't invest in our youth, and that interaction is going to come back to hurt us. So I want to look at all the possibilities in regards to that and just come back with you and give you some numbers and just meeting with Sheriff Tony to see if that's something that could be in their budget, if that's something that other cities would want to do, have that interaction with BSO and youth as preventive measures.
Okay.
All right. The next item is an addendum that I added, has to do with the proclamation policy. As I think we all know, we had a policy that we had agreed on with consensus. We had something come up this week where we had to make an exception to that policy. This is one of the reasons why I didn't think we needed a policy for proclamations, because we ended up having the city attorney had to make phone calls to poll everybody to see if we could agree to it. I'm just going to ask, since we already have one exception, I'm sure there are going to be others in the future, if we could just pull back on that proclamation policy, leave the keys to the city and the other ceremonial items, but take back the proclamation policy and just leave it the way that it was without an active policy. I know there's going to be more exceptions because things come up, and generally it's not really an issue, and I don't think it would have been an issue this time, except for the fact that we had a policy in place. So I'd like to see if everybody would be in agreement, or if we at least get consensus that we just leave the policy for ceremonial items, but take out the section about proclamation, so that we don't have to worry about dealing with the exceptions. Commissioner James?
Yes. Is it the correct understanding that anytime any proclamation is to be requested, that it went with this policy, that it went through those certain guidelines and those channels of being requested and spoken about? I guess Tom can answer the question.
Yeah.
So with the current policy, if anybody wanted any proclamation, regardless if it was deemed to, if it fell under the exception of having one or not, any policies, did that have to come back to the commission?
It's written in such a way that it recognizes certain causes and events where a proclamation can be issued, but that they will not be issued for 5 different categories. And then it talks about a request form, which implies that it would come back to the
Right.
commission.
That's what I'm getting to.
Right.
So it doesn't matter what type of proclamation you wanted. If it was allowed, did we have to use the request form?
That's the way it's written right now.
Okay. So my question then is there were more than just that proclamation. So we have proclamation. I have proclamation for Juneteenth. We have one for LGBTQ. None of those went through the form. So it's not
Right.
just that this week something happened. We haven't used it at all with any of the proclamations. Now that I think of it, I didn't use it for Juneteenth. That's no different than me getting one for the feast. You know, Mayor, you didn't use one. Like we're not even using that portion of it. So, you know, I just wanted to see if that's the reason why, or, you know, I know this incident was isolated this past week, but we haven't been utilizing it anyway.
Well, that's what my point is. If we're gonna have a policy, we either need to enforce it or we just take the policy out. I mean, we didn't have a policy. It was working fine before. I don't think there were any proclamations that were being denied previously, or that were being. I don't think it was really being abused. I mean, I don't remember it being abused at the time, even before I was here. So I just don't. I don't see the point of it at this point, especially if we're going to end up making exceptions. Because in this case, it was one of the 5 things that we're not supposed to be doing the proclamation for, but we still make exceptions. So as opposed to doing that, I'm just saying, let's just take it out, and then we don't have to worry about it. And I don't think it's going to be a problem. I really don't. I mean, if we start having a major issue, then then maybe we need to address it again. But I don't think we're going to have an issue with proclamation. Does anybody else want to say anything? Go ahead, City Attorney.
So what it will leave as a residue basically is just dealing with the keys. It'll be a much, much shorter policy. It's almost all proclamation, the way it's written out.
I know.
So if that's what the consensus is, and you open it up, that's what we'll do for you.
Vice Mayor?
Whose thing was the proclamation policy? Was that you or?
It really doesn't matter whose it was.
Well, yeah, it does, because that's my question. Whoever sponsored the policy, that's the person I want to ask, what do you want to do? Because I'm neutral on it. So if the person if it was either you or Commissioner James, if you don't care about the policy, then, then let's get rid of it. If you still think we need the policy, okay. I don't know. I've never been involved with asking for a proclamation, so it hasn't yet affected me. It's mostly been you, Commissioner James, and maybe once Commissioner Harris who has done them. So I don't know, what the issue is. So I suppose my point is I'm deferring to what you all want to do.
Yeah, me too.
I did not request a proclamation.
Okay.
Who?
I did.
No. I'm not asking who requested the recent proclamation. I know that. I'm saying was the proclamation policy? Who wrote that? Okay, so Commissioner James.
Yes.
Do you still feel that it's most prudent to keep the policy in place and most helpful for the commission in guiding their decisions as it relates to proclamations? Or do you feel it was easier the old way before, when nothing existed?
I don't think it was easier the old way, because I was accused of things. And so that's why I went to put this into place for those reasons. Those things were very public and humiliating, quite honestly. So I put something in place to protect me, to protect everyone else on the dais or everyone else that comes and asks for anything. So that's why it was put there. And I can't help that it hasn't been enforced. I can't tell you how many proclamations have been read since that has been adopted, and there has not been one submission. I don't know who's supposed to enforce it or what have you, but it's come now since I've requested that one this week for someone who's deceased. So, like I said, I don't know how many other times proclamations have been read at commission meetings. Almost every commission meeting, and the policy hasn't been enforced, or no one, that meant we were making exceptions then. if you're asking me my opinion, whether or not I feel like we need a policy, I absolutely feel like we need a policy, but you know, it's up to you.
Vote on it.
Well, actually, the reason why the policy came up had to do with the keys. Didn't have anything to do with proclamations. There was never a criticism about proclamations. There was never a question about proclamations. And I recall at the time that I actually said, I don't know that we need to include proclamations in this because I was concerned that there might be certain exceptions that might need to be made. As far as enforcement, I don't know what to tell you, but the problem is that if you have a policy in place, then it either needs to be enforced in full, and there are no exceptions at all, or, and it shouldn't even be asking for exceptions, or the policy is worthless. So it hasn't even been 6 months, so we have not had a ton of proclamations since then. In fact, tonight was the first proclamation that we had since we've been doing virtual meetings. So, you know, to me, if you're going to sit there and you're going to have a rule in place, then you need to enforce it in full for everything. And that includes no exceptions.
Right.
So, you know, I'm not asking for an exception. I'd rather just say that we don't have the policy. That was not the issue that came up and the reason why it needs to be drafted, because it had nothing to do with the proclamation. It had to do with keys to the city. So if we still have the policy in place for the keys to the city, that still addresses your concern. And then the proclamation, if we don't have a policy, so be it. We don't have a policy. I mean, I would think that, I don't know. I mean, you ask for an exception in this case. I have a feeling there are going to be more exceptions that come up, whether it's from you or
I think you're missing it. It's me. I asked for an exception.
I'm still talking, please. I just
you broke the policy today yourself.
I just don't see a policy in place if you're going to continue to ask for exceptions over time. So that's my point here, is that you don't put a policy in place that is ineffective. That's all. So,
are we voting on this?
Can I ask is there anybody here who is who would object to removing the policy regarding proclamations? Just the policy regarding proclamations. I see one hand.
I say keep the policy as it is, and the commissioner has heard you on your feelings regarding asking for frequent exceptions or to the policy.
Well, then I would suggest if we're going to do it that way, then there be no exceptions made. Period. Commissioner James.
Yes. Are we saying that we made an exception for me if I asked for permission? But like I was saying, if the policy has been passed, we've read a number of proclamations that I have not put. Okay, well, let's just go to your one today. Did you ask for that, or was that an exception? It was just on there. So we're both guilty. I'm not pointing a finger at you. I'm saying it hasn't been enforced. I'm the only one that even asked if we can have that, if I can have a proclamation, and then they said I had to go through a policy. But guess what? The LGBTQ plus proclamation was on there today, and there was a proclamation. But in the same time, no one asked for it. It didn't get a form, didn't get filled out. And so all I'm saying is that let's not make it that I'm asking for all of these exceptions, because I've asked for one proclamation, and that I had to prove that it was a significant event. But other than that, Mayor, you've had proclamations on this agenda, including today, that also broke policy. That's all I'm saying. So I put it there. I understand where it came from. And we voted when you had your opinion the last time. You didn't have consensus for it then. And so now it can be enforced, whatever you guys want to do, but let's not make it seem like we all weren't up here breaking policy.
There's a difference between using a form and actually violating one of the actual 5 things that we're not supposed to be doing. So that there's a difference.
What did I violate?
There was no
accusatory stuff. This is how I didn't violate anything.
There was no significant event.
He served in World War II.
That's not an event.
I guess that's not significant. They did an honor flight for him. I guess that's not significant. That comes to the interpretation of who's interpreting what is significant and what isn't.
Vice Mayor?
I would like to just keep the policy in place before the discussion goes too off topic.
fine. We'll keep the policy in place, but every
Yeah.
time there's an exception that's raised, it's going to have to be brought before the commission. That would be my suggestion.
If you're going to keep the policy in place, there has to be rules and regulations and followed.
Yep. Right.
That
Yep,
has to
by
be
everyone.
followed. That's what the mayor's saying, and that's what Commissioner James is saying. However, both of you violated it. So let's get past that.
you.
So what? So what? It's violated. Keep it in place and come before the commission if you found something that we really didn't know about, Mayor, that was brought to our attention, and we just vote on it. If that's all right. I don't know.
Didn't have time to do that the last time, and people had to be told, which is also really not appropriate. So
That's true.
That's a whole nother issue. So that's my concern, is that there's going to be more of these to come, and again, it's just going to make the entire policy useless.
So if we keep it the way that Commissioner James wants it, there's going to be no exceptions at all.
That's the way that it really should be, and this.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's going to be that way with no exceptions. And then you'll have to answer to Vice Mayor Kiki and Commissioner Harris.
I don't ask for exceptions, so that's the situation.
I was saying.
I'm laughing at it because it's so funny what we're arguing over.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Let's move on.
Let's move on.
Get on it.
Let's move on.
Yeah. Right, Bill? Right.
Keep the
move
policy in
on.
place and let's move on.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Brandbart, go ahead. Your commission comments.
Oh, I just want to give the condolences to the Silvernail family. And I want you to know that I will be leaving on Tuesday on a journey I hope I'll be fine on, because I'm driving to New Jersey. And it ain't a good place to go because it's worse than here COVID-wise. But I just can't fly to go home. I became a great aunt and I want to go home. So that's it. So I hope all of you stay safe, stay away from large crowds, and set the example. Wear a mask when somebody's taking your picture, because the one of you that don't do it, you're being talked about awful.
Commissioner Harris.
Okay, so the CARES Act funding for the cities was passed unanimously by the Broward County Commission last Thursday evening in a marathon 7.5-hour meeting, I think it was. When I called in to speak on that, I was number 32 in line, and there were more people. So the whole thing was that we, as the cities, through the League of Cities and through the task force, was able to get a portion of the $340 million CARES Act funding back to the cities at about $100 million is what they're asking for. So it will be distributed upon the cities based on the expenses related to COVID, the medical expenses, the public health expenses, the payroll expenses, and facilitate compliance expenses, and economic support expenses and other COVID expenses, because every city has had those. So that $100 million will help with that funding, and hopefully with that money, we won't have as much of a deficit as we would have otherwise. The other thing is that some of our revenue streams have been affected, but then again, the CARES Act funding will help eliminate some of that. 2 weeks ago, since our last meeting with the Broward NPO, I requested to be placed on the executive board of the Broward League of Cities, and there was another candidate, and we ended up with pulling all the members of the NPO, and I was elected to the board at a vote of from 18 to 11 members. So I'm happy about that. So I'm the representative for the small cities now. So hopefully that can help with some upcoming road projects and the funding that is involved with those. So I'll be happy to go to yet another MPO meeting, or actually the Zoom meetings that we're having now are being pretty successful. And emphasize once again the strategic plan and the need for it, because as we move forward into budget and the strategic plans, it's imperative when we relate some of these expenditures that are coming that we don't know about, and we can only suspect because of COVID that, we make plans and make the monies available for any incidental expenses, because we don't know exactly where this is going to go and when the end is going to be. So, and also, Chicky will be happy about this. Tomorrow's casino happy hour at the Dania Beach Casino from 3 to 6, right? Half price drinks, Chicky? Did you get the invitation?
I don't drink there. People know me. I go to different places. I run into the mayor. I run into the mayor where I go. And it's a good place, right?
We can support the casino, and, you know, as we all have written letters to Arnaldo Suarez in support of their supplying the parking and all those kind of things, and just go there and show our support, whether or not we have an adult beverage or not. It's from 3 to 6 tomorrow. Anybody wants to go. I think that's it for now. Thanks, everybody.
Mr. James?
Yes, first I too would like to send my condolences to Jim Tibbernell and his family on the passing of his father. Second of all, I would like to thank BSO for closing off the roads and ensuring that everyone was safe during the protest. I did walk in the protest in solidarity with the community. Although there was some disheartening language that was going on around it, including, you know, threatening language that was going on around protesting, and people upset just because, you know, 2 hours of their day had been altered. I'm very thankful that the community stood in and policed ourselves with the police policing us as well. And we conducted a march. And, you know, those things can't stop there at the march. And, you know, we spoke in detail with a few community leaders about the next step. And I will be coming forward with different meetings and having meetings with community members. And I hope that it can be a public meeting or something that is that we're able to attend, and we're not in any sunshine violations. We'll call it a workshop or whatever it is. But if you all want to be involved in these stakeholder meetings, I definitely will invite you all to. I also had the honor to going to it's not John U. Lloyd Park anymore, it's Eula Johnson Park for the South Broward High School graduation. They had a long list of graduates that came by, and we stood out on the park and just honked our horns and really celebrated a lot of seniors who had a heartbreaking fourth quarter and, you know, lack of graduation. And so I'm glad I was able to, you know, wave and speak to some of the seniors, and it was good to see familiar faces of the kids that I've been able to work with in school. I mean, while I was at that school. I do have a concern. It is involving a letter that I received anonymously, and there are pretty serious accusations. And I want to be able to do my due diligence as a commissioner and have an independent investigation with these allegations. I just can't sit back, and it is my responsibility as a commissioner when anything comes across my desk to be able to ensure that we are doing our job into looking into any of those things. And so I am asking for independent investigation. I've already spoken to the city attorney about it. I did speak to the city manager about it, and I told her as well that I wanted an independent investigation, and because I am concerned about a few things that are in our HR department. But I'm not sure of what I need, Tom, if I needed a consensus or if you all can just conduct that and how that can happen.
If there's a consensus to do that, we talked briefly today, as you're alluding to, that to use me or someone, any of the law firms with which I deal or the city deals or the labor council is probably not advisable. Probably want somebody independently to do that, which would cost some money to do it. And I'd have to, you know, ask for an allocation, whatever the legal expense is. I'd look around for several people to choose from. There are a lot of people that are very well, you know, talented who can do this. And just to run down whether or not, you know, to investigate the accusations. They are unfortunately made in a letter that is not signed. That makes it difficult, but the allegations purport to have facts in them that somebody could investigate, and they're either true or they're not. And that can be done by a lawyer typically. So it's up to the commission. It's up to the commission, you know, to by a consensus if they wish to do that. I would need to ask for some funding to do it. I don't know how much that would be yet, but
Okay, is there consensus?
I'm raising my hand.
Vice Mayor.
I guess this is when the difficult times when I'm not sure we're all on the same page. I think I understand what Commissioner James is alluding to, and I think we're all trying to keep the conversation or the details of the conversation appropriate and off the dais. But, you know, I too, in the last 7 days, have received concerning information that I think ties into what Commissioner James is saying. And it seems to me, being that we can't, I can't call Commissioner James and verify what we're talking about. And I don't know exactly what we're talking about. I don't know how else you would do it besides an independent investigation. I remember we've talked about this once before, like what happens when a commissioner has a complaint against someone in like the administration or a director or something like that. And I remember the answer was kind of vague, sort of like this. I don't really, you know, like it wasn't cut and dry what the process is of what you would do. Because if you didn't feel comfortable going to the city manager, or if you didn't feel comfortable going to, let's say, the city attorney because you felt the city attorney was, I'm being hypothetical, was tied into the person, it could get messy. So I really don't know how else you would handle that besides having an independent investigation. I will say that the things that I've heard, while I don't know I've not seen any evidence behind them, are very disturbing. There's something I didn't know what to do with, but you know, I just saw one of our commissioners was endorsed by the workers union. I was endorsed by the the employees union. All those things mean something, and it means that people put trust in you to protect them, or to at least acknowledge them when they're ringing the bell and saying something's going on. And as commissioners, we can't figure out what's going on. That's, you know, a violation of the charter. It's outside the scope of what we can do. But if somebody keeps ringing the bell and we keep ignoring it, I don't know what that says about us. So to me, it seems appropriate that we hand it off to someone else and let them see if there's anything there. Okay, it'll be handled, and if there's not, so if you're looking for a consensus, I say okay.
I'm a little bit in the dark over here, but I'll tell you, if somebody sent me something and in my heart of hearts, I feel like I've got to go a little bit further. If a person is guilty, they're guilty. If they're innocent, they're innocent. So I too would not, look, we were voted by the people of the city to do our jobs. Our jobs are to protect them as well as protect each of us also. And I say that I would have to follow through for whoever it was. Don't care who it was. It could be Willie. I don't care who it is. I would follow through for that person. Maybe that person voted for me. I don't know. But I would have to represent them since they put me in my chair. And if there's merit to it, so be it. I'd never be afraid if I was innocent. You understand? That's the way I feel. So I say, outside investigator, absolutely. Protect.
Commissioner Harris?
Yeah, I too have gotten those kind of disgusting anonymous letters. But as long as it was delivered or left under my doormat or something like that, I really couldn't tell who it was. So it was anonymous. So it kind of increases or decreases the validity of the complaint. So I'm going to ask the question to Commissioner James. Have you reported it to the BSO authorities? Or
can you hear me? Am I muted? Did I report it?
I can hear you.
No, this was a public. You said you can hear me?
I can. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, awesome. This was a public record that was actually in another city that was then sent over to myself. So this isn't something. This was something that came from a previous employer that came over to myself. So is that answering your question? I mean, I asked questions myself, but then I did receive an inappropriate email from our HR director that then made me want to look into things further.
Okay. Because I don't really know the background, but I know I've been a victim of that too, and the name calling and other things that we can't really discuss here. But I feel for you, and whatever you want to do, Commission will support. So outside investigation is probably best
way to go.
I'd like to ask. Well, just given my own experience in the past in dealing with issues of anonymous complaints and that sort of thing. Generally, it's been my experience in the private sector that first an internal investigation is done before an external investigation is done. I would suggest that an internal investigation takes place first, and while that is being done, if we could have the city attorney get us some estimates as to how much we think the cost would be to do an outside investigation. I'm not really comfortable with blindly saying yes without knowing how much money we're going to have to spend.
Right.
So that's fine. We are already at the consensus, so it's fine. I asked my suggestion.
Hold on, the attorney has something to say.
My question would be, who would do something internal? That's sort of the issue.
The person's supervisor is usually how it's done. That's been my experience when I've had to deal with these types of issues in the past. With large and small companies, that's what's generally done. If you start there, and if you're not satisfied with the results of the investigation, then the person can go to an outside. I don't know that there's even been an internal investigation at this point. And that should be at least the start, regardless of what the allegations are. That's generally the way that it's done that's employment. That's the way that you do employment. And that's usually done. There's usually an incident report. There's usually questioning of witnesses. There's a whole series of things that are done. And then if the result is not satisfactory to the person who is seeking the information, then you can also do an outside investigation. But I am concerned about how much money, because especially if you're going to have an outside law firm do this, well, I know for a fact legal bills get very high very quickly. At a minimum, if we could put a cap on how much is going to be spent, that I think would be fair as well. And then this way, if you want to go out and have an outside investigation, then that's fine. But let's keep it at a reasonable amount, because we've already turned down some things tonight because we were concerned about how much it was going to cost to do some of these things that were supposed to help protect us and protect our employees and protect the public. So I understand the concern. I understand the issue. I just want to make sure that we're being consistent in what we're doing. And if you're going to ask to have an additional expense, I would ask that we either get an estimate and or that we have a cap on the amount. That's all. Commissioner J.
Yes, thank you. Well, I did ask for the city manager to look into it, and 2 seconds later, she said that she stands by her employee 100%. I submitted a public record. Within me receiving the public record the same morning, with my public record was a letter of support from the city manager. I looked at the hiring process of our HR director, which is one of the most important positions here in our city, just to find out. I mean, in our HR director is basically, responsible for retaining and screening the best of the best to be able to work here. And our HR director wasn't screened. There was no application. There was no interview. There were no, interview notes or whatever you call those score sheets to look at. There wasn't any of that. And so, my honest feelings are, my hiring process alone makes it a stretch for me to be comfortable enough with an internal investigation. And I also don't want to put our staff in the middle of an internal investigation. I don't know how much more conversation we're having with this because I already asked for consensus and I have consensus.
You got it.
So unless we're trying to overturn that, I don't even understand why we're still discussing this.
I'm not trying to overturn it. I'm trying to get some specifics. That's all. Because
elected officials, this is Adam Steinberg. I represent, since she's now been mentioned by her title, I actually represent, and I'll start the video. I'm being allowed to now.
Very nice.
Yeah, and I hope I'm not speaking out of turn. If I am, please tell me to be quiet. I want to get right to it. It's been a long evening. It's 10:40 at night. I'm sure some of you have families. I have family. I represent the HR director. I was just hired. I am completely surprised that this is being publicly aired at a commission meeting when the commissioner that is bringing forth this issue was directly corresponded with through the city attorney and advised that we were happy to visit with her regarding any concerns that she had, any specific allegations, anything whatsoever to alleviate some sort of concern that she has. She said she has concerns. And what makes this even more surprising is something that the commissioner said earlier while we were in this meeting, is that she said that during this proclamation issue, that she was humiliated in public relating a prior proclamation. Well, what do you think the HR director is going through right now in a public meeting in front of all of you and whoever else decides to listen to this?
This isn't a court.
Hold on, hold on 1 second. I let you, with all due respect.
This is our meeting. This is our meeting.
Well, you just.
Don't get to tell me what you let me do.
Commissioner James, he's allowed to speak. You can let him speak, please.
That's fine, but he don't tell me what he'll let me do. That's not what happened.
No, he's biased because he's representing the person that whoever it is you're talking about. So he's obviously biased. That's why you need outside someone that has nothing to do with this.
Hold on 1 second. City attorney, does he have a right to speak?
He's a member. It's a public hearing. When you have these kind of things, anything is open now under the state law.
So he has to
He's
speak.
a member of the public. If I may say this, this is awkward for everybody, including Commissioner James. I've discussed it with her today. We're not talking about any details, and there's no intention to do that today.
No.
So, with our accusation of troubling, including to the person who's accused. And I think that person wants to be vindicated, if I understand it from her and her attorney. So I do recommend, I don't think it's worth pursuing an internal investigation.
No.
I would say, let's go out and let me get several quotes of reputable people. There's several I can think of, or people who I know will know them. I would cap it at, let's say, a number of $10,000. I think that would suffice. It's not that deep, it's an accusation from prior employment, but things are talked about that are factually reviewable. Somebody can go down to that study, do that, and come back as a result and report. That would be my recommendation. I want to get past it for the woman who's under the cloud here and get the cloud off there if it should be removed, as you all want to.
Right.
As quickly and as expeditiously as possible.
And that's fine, but I can't have people just jumping in and interrupting everybody. There's a process, there's a procedure we're supposed to follow.
Well, he probably should have been asked to be recognized, and he's new.
Yeah, and he wasn't.
He's effectively asked you to recognize the lawyer.
So
may I speak?
Mr. Steinberg, please go ahead and finish and then we'll wrap up.
Right, right. I don't want to belabor the point here, but I don't see why, and I respect the city attorney, and if he's making a recommendation, I understand he has a job to do. But here's the thing, why can't we all visit about it? We can have a Zoom meeting, a Ring Central meeting, whatever medium you want to have, and bring forth those allegations and any support you have, because my understanding is that it's an anonymous letter with zero backup. An anonymous letter with zero backup that relates to a disgruntled employee that is receiving coaching relating to performance and behavior issues. And ma'am, I know you could shake your head. That's my understanding. And maybe it isn't, but at least we can all have a discussion. The city attorney could be there, and it could be you, Commissioner James, and you can ask certain questions of my client. I can be there, and we can have a nice, good faith discussion so that the city, which I'm sure needs all the money it can have in its coffers, can avoid the expense, because maybe this is just a big misunderstanding. My clients hired multiple individuals throughout her 30-year career as an HR director, has hired multiple individuals of multiple races and national origins. I mean, we're in a very diverse South Florida community. This is a person who is well regarded in the community, has never been fired for any kind of disciplinary action as far as whatever the allegations are. And right now it's time to take a step back and look at what we're doing here. We're already crucifying the individual before just conducting a good faith conference with her to discuss whatever the allegations are. And Commissioner, I hear you shaking your head, but I'm sure before you went into any game playing for the University of Miami and all the WNBA
Sir, you
games,
don't know me.
I am sure
You
that
don't
you're
know me.
always prepared to go into the game with a game plan, and preparation is key. And I'm going to leave this with all of you. It's good to hear from the other side before you make a decision. We are a society built on we are innocent until proven guilty. This reminds me of the witch hunts. Let's not do that, because at the end of the day, it's a dangerous precedent to set. It's a snowball that rolls down the hill that's going to get larger and larger and larger. And where does it end? So I welcome the opportunity to sit down with the city attorney, with Commissioner James, with anybody else, with my client, and have an open dialogue first so we can talk about the issues. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
City Manager, did you have anything, or are you?
Yeah, I just want to put it on the record, because at the end of the day, I'm all about a very high standard of performance, of fairness, of justice, of respect. So I want to put it on the record that I did go through the process of not just interviewing this individual, but checking on her character. And when I did check on her character, I called multiple individuals of various races. And those individuals were very supportive. And I want to add that in my former city, I had interviewed this individual for the position of HR director, and she finished number 2, because at that time, the person that I hired was also at a city, an attorney, and I had that additional need in place. So I just want to make sure, for the record, that the process of hiring was director, it was the appropriate process that is done when I've hired any of my department directors.
Any comments, Commissioner?
Yes, it was my comment. City Manager, how many individuals did you interview for this position?
So if you recall, when I got here, there was an existing HR director, and we separated from that HR director. At that time, we cast a very wide net.
No, since Kristen left.
Excuse me. Let me just finish that thought, because this is very important. So when we hired Kristen, I interviewed approximately 3 or 4 individuals. Kristen was only here for a couple of months, okay? She returned back to her former city. So within a very recent amount of time, I had interviewed several individuals. So when we had that immediate opening, I brought Linda in to be the interim director. I interviewed her again for a second time. During her term as an interim director, during a very difficult and challenging time, she did an outstanding job. Nothing was ever brought to my attention. And the things that needed to be done that were missing, and since we're being so open in this forum, including the lack of payment of our insurance by subordinates of Linda, that our life insurance for our employees was not even paid. Linda was resolving a lot of the pending issues that we had here in our city. So it wasn't until last week that you text me this information about this anonymous letter that I had not been aware of any internal issues here with our HR director. But I will not leave it unturned in regards to ensuring that every single one of our employees has a level of standard and of respect and of justice and of professionalism. And that's what I've brought to the city.
Okay, thank you. This is my last point before we move on. I do think that when I asked for the public record, it doesn't reflect what you said. I asked for the public record for score sheets. There were none. I asked for how many people applied. There were none. I asked for all the people that were interviewed. There were none. And that came directly from our employment. And I found it very funny how we're speaking about another employee who had nothing to do with it. And I told the city manager the employee had nothing to do with it. However, when I brought this accusation, the first name that she said out of her mouth was that of an employee. And I had no idea that there were even any issues in that department. And as far as Mr. Steinberg, I don't appreciate you coming on here after you sent me a very, I guess it was supposed to be intimidating email about what I should and should not speak on and what my abilities are. But sir, you don't represent me. We have a city attorney here who represents me, who I called and seek guidance. I sought guidance on what I can and can't legally say here. So as far as you coming on here and trying to put, like, this is not a court case right now. I simply asked for an independent investigation, and I was granted that. Thank you. Those are the end of my comments.
Vice Mayor?
Move on.
Commissioner comments?
Oh.
I have no comment. I'm good. Have a good vacation. Be safe, Commissioner Brandemarty.
I will try. Thank you, Gordon.
Okay, I have several comments tonight. I'm going to piggyback on what Commissioner Harris talked about earlier with regard to the CARES Act and the win that the cities of Broward County had this week, which was very significant. I am very pleased to say that I am a part of the task force that put together the whole plan to go towards to get this done. There's maybe about a dozen of us that are on this task force that have been working together on a regular basis, putting together our comments, putting pressure on the county, putting pressure on the county administrator as well, in order to do the right thing and make sure that this this very sizable amount of money was distributed fairly. And it was $340 million that was sent to the county, to Broward County, to and recommended by the governor that it should be distributed, at least in part, to the cities to help pay for the expenses related to COVID. So, for example, that expensive set of things that we were talking about earlier that was withdrawn, that we're holding off on, could potentially be something that this money funds, could be something that this money pays for. Initially, when this was brought up, the county was not going to give any money to the city. After a lot of work on this and a lot of lobbying on it, we managed to get the county to agree, the county commission agreed unanimously to give the cities up to 30% of the money, which means up to over $100 million to the cities to help reimburse CARES Act funding, COVID expenses. There are a number of different categories that we're looking at right now. The work is not done. We still have the task force that is working as far as putting together the specific items that we are going to be requesting funding for. They're looking at a couple of different ways as to how it's going to be distributed, whether it's going to be based on population or whether it's going to be based upon the actual expenses. I think it's going to lean more towards the actual expenses, simply because it's been said by several that they don't want to do a per capita distribution. So I know that the BCCMA, which is the City Managers Association, has been working with us as well, and we have a group of people specifically that are going to be focusing on the details of all of this, and again working with our task force. So big win. It really is a big win, because it literally did not look good initially that we were going to be able to get anything, and now everybody working together, working fairly, and being very responsive. I also wanted to tell everybody about our wonderful graduation that was done this weekend at Dania Point. It included graduates from a number of schools. There were quite a few from South Broward. There were a couple, I believe, from Hollywood Hills as well as from a number of different schools from as far north as west as Palm Beach County and as far south as Dade County, who came out for this. Decorated their cars. They had contests as far as the best decorated car. They had all their pictures up along one of the walls in Dania Point, and each individual was going up and taking pictures with their own picture on the wall. They were able to sign it and make comments like you would in a yearbook. It was a really good experience because these kids had a very unique situation this year, and hopefully it doesn't happen again next year. But they got a really good opportunity to sign and be recognized, and they had a great time. It was a really wonderful day. Also, the Chamber, Dania Beach Chamber, has a hurricane prep seminar that is, I believe, Thursday. Let me just see if I can find it, and I will details on that. You may want to just go to the Dania Beach Chamber website, and you'll be able to find the RSVP information. I believe it's Thursday afternoon. They're doing a hurricane preparation special. It's like a seminar, basically, where they're going to have some people talking about the different things that are available.
Where?
It's online. It's a Zoom conference.
Oh, you got it. Oh, okay.
So you have to go basically through the chamber and RSVP, and then you can come online like we're doing right here. And they're going to, like I said, they're going to have speakers. They're going to have questions and answers, that sort of thing. So it's an opportunity to actually almost do like our little hurricane event that we do every year, but not in person. Also, the county mayor, I keep saying I'm going to see the county tomorrow. The county mayor is doing a press conference tomorrow with regard to COVID and the numbers spiking, the numbers going up. And as the vice mayor said, I appreciate her attending this meeting. I was unable to go, and I'm glad she was able to attend in my place. The numbers are going up. It is not just related to testing; it's related to community spread. And so there is going to be a press conference tomorrow, which likely is going to be more strict enforcement with regard to social distancing, wearing facial coverings, cracking down on businesses that are not following these rules. It's something that we're already, we've already been doing somewhat, but this is going to be county-wide now, so we don't have a continuation of the problem.
You'll let us know, Mayor? You'll let us know?
Yeah, it's going to be a press conference tomorrow at 11 o'clock. So It should be, it'll be online most likely, it may be on television, I don't know, but there will be a press conference tomorrow. It's going to include the county mayor, as well as the sheriff, as well as several mayors from several cities who will be present. And that's all I'm going to say tonight. I think we've had enough. So with that, do we have any appointments? Vice Mayor?
No, but Tom Schneider, are you on the line?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay, and maybe City Manager, you might need to help me with this. Our former intern, now Planning and Zoning Board member, was in a serious car accident. I believe it was on the night that he was going to the Planning and Zoning meeting. So one, I want to find out if there's anything he needs to do to get that, or how I can help him get that excused. I mean, I spoke to him in the hospital. I know he was, so did the city manager. I know he was in the hospital and in the car accident. That absence excused. And two, he would like to stay on for next time, but he may need to miss one more meeting. So maybe can you get in touch with him via email and speak to him about it?
I certainly can do that. It's actually up to the board to make that determination of whether it's an excused or unexcused absence. And I don't see any reason why they would not excuse it.
Okay. And who would tell them though? Because I don't know that he's in the physical place to even be able to call and tell the story. So
Well,
who would tell the board?
I can speak to their staff liaison who will relay it to the board and relay this information to them, and they can ask the board for an excused absence.
Okay.
City that board as well.
What's that?
City attorney attends those meetings as well.
He hasn't been, since he didn't make it to the meeting the other night, he hasn't even been sworn in yet. So I don't think he needs to be excused because he's not a member yet. So he should be okay. He should be okay. But we will recommend to the board, we will point out what happened and try to get him sworn in, but he can't be excused until he's really a member. So if he at next meeting, we'll search for an alternate.
Okay. Schneider, please be in touch with the young man. It's rare that we have a board member as enthusiastic as he is. He was actually going to do a site walk for his first meeting. He was that enthusiastic when this unfortunately happened, and thank God that he is okay. But one of the first things he was worried about was letting the board know and wanting to let us know that he wanted to retain his seat. So I just wanted to pass that information on. Okay, thank you. And sorry, Mayor, I have no appointments at this time.
Okay, I don't see anybody else with a hand raised. Everybody's off the screen basically. So we're gonna move on. Administrative report, City Manager.
I just basically want to focus tonight on just informing everybody that we have this COVID-19 testing. We've tested close to 400 individuals already. We will start again this week on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday from 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. And next week, because it's a 4th of July holiday, we're going to be testing here at City Hall Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. I'll bring the rest of my report forward at the next commission meeting. Thank you and good night.
Second.
Commissioner, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor. You're muted. You're muted.
Okay. City Manager, are we still working on trying to extend our testing to the west side?
Yes, as a matter of fact, we have reached out to Broward Health based on Commissioner James' suggestion at last meeting. We've extended it way beyond the 4th of July, I believe until the 11th. And now that we're not going to be having summer camp, our hope is to continue throughout August and maybe doing it at PJ Milley. I'll circle back with you all as soon as I've spoken to the gentleman from Broward Health.
Okay, yes, please update me when we know what progress we've made with getting testing on the west side at PJ Mealy. That's very important.
Absolutely. Thank you.
City Attorney?
I think the mayor received a message during the meeting or right before the meeting that the governor has extended the exception to the sunshine law for another month, which is very good because we're facing having to meet in person, which would have been ridiculous. So we've got until August 1 to continue to do these virtual meetings, and we'll probably push for more time if we need it, but at least we had another whole month. That's all I've got. Thank you.
City Clerk, reminders, please.
Meeting reminders, July 28th at 5:01 p.m. is your special budget meeting, followed by 5:30 p.m. CRA board meeting, followed by the regular city commission meeting at 7 p.m. That's all I have.
Commissioner Brandon Mark, did you have something else?
Yeah, just a question. It's a low amount of people getting tested. There's no way that we can help people that need a ride, right?
The numbers are increasing actually every day, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, but 400 in a city of 35,000 is nothing. Is there any way we can help them or no?
Well, we have public transportation that they could use that drops them off right here. And they could, walk, drive, ride their bicycle, but right now we don't have anything in place to, pick up someone at home and bring them over here. But we have great neighbors and great citizens here. So we can maybe put a post up that talks about perhaps having somebody get a ride if they were to need one.
They could call a number maybe to get a ride.
From a neighbor or from someone, yes.
Okay. With that, we're adjourned.